are you talking about?
Music in roll 20. It exploded all of a sudden.
It might have just been like a weird glitch.
Samantha, being glad that the monster that almost killed her had fallen, decided to take all of her anger out on it and collecting a trophy for herself by taking off one of its fingers, because that's what Samantha does. She just takes things from things and she keeps them. Luna had discovered a journal on the body of one of the more elf-like looking creatures, and it was found that this person had been on the ship that was beached that we had just looked through. We don't think he was part of the crew, though. It was more like the perspective of a spy, somebody that wasn't supposed to be there, and keeping notes of what he was finding. He mentioned briefly going to Stroma, meeting a contact on Stroma, people getting sick, people dying. Ultimately, before the ship crashed on the Mobian shore. With this journal in hand, we were all trying to figure out what our next steps should be. Should we go back to Moston and give this to the Chief Master Almon? Should we take Father Winter all the way back to Oakwell? Should we deal with this? How long is it going to take to repair the boat? And with a lot of back and forth, we ultimately decided the boat wasn't going to need a lot of repairs. We could just push it off or use magic to help get it off the beach and sail to Stroma. Persephone's hoping to use the Smuggler's Journal to get access to everything Dr. Faust knows. But if there's more information that we can get out of the Chief Master using the journal, we'll go for it. With a plan in mind, preparing to go back to Moston, we all decided to take a rest for the night, which was relatively quiet for the most part. Besides Samantha asking Gregory if they were still friends, because everything was awkward ever since, hi, I have snakes for hair. This isn't weird, right? They're fine. They'll be fine. Luna did see a couple of other creepy things outside of Persephone's bubble. And on Clyde's watch, Mitty just stared off into the distance, looking like he had something caught his attention, but it wasn't drastic. Not until Persephone's watch, though, the last watch, where after spending some time to sketch a basic map of Stroma and getting some ideas of her own, Mitty started to bark and then run toward the sound of jingles of what Persephone could only assume could be Fae. Everybody was asked to wake up, and we all raced after Mitty, where we came upon a scene where there's a tree with glowing lights upon it, and a man in the center, a man who we know, Mr. Burgundy, surrounded by 3 horrifying beasts with 6 limbs, 2 tentacles, a bad attitude, and spikes. Valiant 7 prepares to protect a wonderfully familiar face who we all seem to know for some reason. And that's where we last ended on Song of Rapture.
Good shit, give yourself some DM inspiration.
Oh, yeah!
As indeed, you all stumble upon a strange scene. Near the end of your watch, following after the barking lead of Mitty, who seems hell-bent on finding whatever's been catching his attention all this time, you stumble upon the scene of an opening in the forest, centered with a massive tree that just seems to be filled with these multicolored lights scattered throughout. As seated about 20 feet at the top of this tree is a short, not quite small, but still short man with fine-looking clothing, a pair of horns on either side of his head. It looks to be either some sort of fine animal, like leggings he's wearing, or perhaps his lower body is completely covered in fur. But what's more pressing at the matter are the massive beasts surrounding him, as you find yourselves standing on the precipice of this clearing, with these massive creatures striding, and now some of them turning their attention towards you, especially the growling dog making themselves known. And Persephone, you know what these things are. You remember your master telling you about it quite some time ago, that within this other world where the Fae reside, and even in places where the barriers between these worlds thin to where one can cross to the other, there are more than just Fae in this Feywild. There are creatures who are born and twisted by its life-giving presence. And one of these creatures happens to be something basically given the full purpose, bred, trained, and essentially, well, mutated in a way to kill, to hunt, to slaughter. And displacer beasts, if nothing else, are born to slaughter. As
We just go and hug them and everything's great.
give me
Yay!
some hugging initiative.
You open up your present and it's a kitty, and then it rips out your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Initiative. I rolled 11 with advantage.
You weren't too ready for this fight, Clyde.
Maybe
Apparently,
sure.
he wasn't either.
Javen's all for it though.
Haven's a worldly person.
Own it.
I will remember you.
He doesn't doubt that he's probably met some sort of Burgundy or some person that he doesn't
Oh god, they're all getting their own.
Yep. These are
I guess I
normal
wouldn't
displays
have
of
a
these.
lantern. I guess I just have my goggles on. So sorry, Javen, you're in the dark.
Oh, that's okay. I think
A
the
bajillion
dancing
lights on the
lights.
tree.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the dancing lights are good enough.
Alright, good deal. I would not have had enough
Yeah.
time to relight my lantern.
Yeah, it seems like with all these floating lights surrounding you, each of you sort of has enough light, at least to sort of illuminate the surrounding area. It seems like the lights closest to this familiar face are shedding sort of this bright light which illuminate him, and beyond that it's sort of this dim light that eventually fades into shadows. But you guys can see for the most part where all these creatures lie. As it comes onto you, Javen, your presence has been announced. These creatures now, one of them are trying to crawl up a wall about 10 feet high to get to this tree. Sort of stops and looks in your direction. You can see these two bright green eyes piercing into you as it turns and growls. What do you do?
I'll help you out, old friend. I was like, saying those words, dash off. So it's one of these big cats. How big does he look?
As you get close enough, this creature, he's not quite tall. He stands only maybe about 4 feet off the ground, but his body is extremely long in the way that you've seen probably like crocodiles and other creatures, almost 10, 12 feet in length from the top of his head even to his rear. His tail even adds greater length to him, maybe bringing him to about almost 20 feet, this long, writhing appendage, but doesn't seem to serve any purpose. But as you get close, you can see this creature sort of stop his climb and turn to face you, turning his body in full. But as he turns, his form suddenly, almost like in a way that you as a person would describe as static, as if the image you're seeing is sort of flickering and changing. He suddenly appears a few feet behind himself, fully planted on the ground, and then static him back to the wall. Hard to keep your eyes on where he is exactly.
Alrighty then. Let's try. Is he like on the wall? Or
He was like,
looks
it basically just has his paws like trying to climb up, like he's about to climb.
Okay. I come behind him and sort of jump on his back to pull him off.
Jump on his back?
Yep.
Are you trying to like mount him?
Not mount him, but like more like wrap my arms around his lithe body and pile drive him.
Okay. So you're
Backwards.
grappling him?
Trying to tear him off the wall. So he can't go
Alright.
nowhere.
Alright, so first you gotta give me an athletics check as you're trying to grab onto him as he's gonna try and slip away. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Ah. Come on now.
Noise.
Ooh, as this creature going to climb up a wall, you end up reaching, catching him. You see his body flicker for just a moment, appearing as if he's like a few feet away from you, but you continue to reach to grab onto him, and that image sort of fades and returns to the spot you're holding onto as he is grappled by you.
Come on, then. as I pull him.
As you wedge and pull this thing, trying to drag him away from the the cliff, you can see its tendrils riding around you, trying to get a good scope on you, but since you're catching it from behind, it doesn't quite get a good way to smack you yet, as you pull it 5 feet away.
Get the one on the lead!
Own it.
Out. The point. Me and you. As I use my second attack. To try to headbutt him.
Oh, as you're holding on to this creature, you can see again its image sort of fades and your grip sort of shifts as your attack is made with... Actually, no. Since you're holding on to him, even you see his image scattering to and fro, going back and forth, you strike at the spot you feel firm hold on, and you connect. And that image sort of shifting around the area suddenly shatters and disperses, and it no longer shifts around as you connect soundly. Nice. As you pound into its back, you feel your fist connect with its hard leather body, although not quite as hard as the strange undead flesh like hardened marble, like the great bite creatures you fought earlier. This one sort of gives and flexes, sort of absorbing some of the blow, as these things are quite hardy.
As a bonus action, I'll do another unarmed strike, sort of bringing my arm up and trying to elbow it where I think it's fine.
Okay, give me that strike.
Wow.
Ooh! Yeah, now this thing, seems like now that this strange, I guess you'd call like a illusion it's been trying to use against you has been shattered, it seems like it relied on that defense quite a bit as your strikes easily landed to its body, dealing, 9 damage. Pow!
That'll be my turn.
Alrighty. Samantha. Actually, before we get to Samantha, Javen, as you're pulling this creature away, wrenching it, you look up at the tree and you can see this. Now clearly you can tell he's a satyr looking your direction, and he just smiles and gives you sort of a holly jolly wave, and it comes to mind, yeah, this is Mr. Burgundy. You remember him. You saw him over in Crossway. He actually sampled one of your first drinks, and he gave it such high compliments that... God, what happened to him? Where has he been all this time?
Yeah, Javen just looks sort of confused looking at him, but then you can see his expression like snap and change, and he sort of like points at him. But although obviously his arm returns back to trying to keep the beast grapple, but he still has that face of recognition.
Alright, coming to you, Samantha.
Yep, not slow on the draw at all. Samantha has her scepter at the ready and goes up 20 feet to get closer and get a good line of sight. Seeing Javen wrestling with this thing as it tries to wrench itself away from him, just trying to exert every bit of strength, she just quickly conjures up a long black coiled snake and just throws it across the way towards this thing, as she will put a little hex on it. Hitting those strength checks, draining away its energy, trying to aid Javen as much as she can to keep that one from being able to get back up onto the ledge and get away from drunken but quite capable in close combat Dragonborn. And that'll take her bonus action, so then she will just conjure up her Eldritch Bow, line up 2 arrows, and fire them both at the target she hexed.
Okay, give me those shots.
Assuming disadvantagefied.
Nope.
No, well, nope.
No? Seems like after striking this thing, whatever caused these creatures' appearance to shift and move around has something shattered, and now its body just stays put. Unlike the rest of these creatures, as both those strikes will connect, 2 green Elder's arrows flying through and striking into its body. It calls out in pain, writhing its tendrils around, trying to stop them, but it's seemingly in vain. Let's see, 12 plus 9 is 21.
21.
As it turns to look at you with bright green eyes.
And she just takes a look. Oh, well, I assume you're going to get that one then, Gregory?
We'll try.
All right. And she looks up at the creature up in the tree.
Yeah, and you see this Saul Senior watching this creature get battered by these arrows. It turns in your direction, and you see him smile, and he starts kind of chuckling. Oh, good show, Samantha! And it clicks in your mind. Yeah, this is Mr. Burgundy, in a place far off from here, in a grand palace. You remember seeing this man stand before you. He told of tales of, well, something that you were quite closely related to, events that your hand may have caused. And though there was doubt that maybe what you were doing was, whether it was right or it was wrong, this person praised you for the effect you had on the world, and told your story throughout the sand.
I did not think I'd be seeing you again. Well, let's try to make sure you stay alive this time, as that'll be it for me.
I would greatly appreciate that! Let's see. Oh, as hearing the sounds of combat and seeing these outsiders coming and intruding on their hunt, the creature in the back will turn its attention away from this satyr climbed up in this tree. You see it step a bit closer towards these lights, but as it gets too close, some of the lights start descending and just enveloping this thing in a bright glow as it just sort of pulls itself away. And it begins to move quite quickly, using all of its legs to its advantage, as it carefully scales down the wall and just ascends right down here in front of you, Samantha, and Gregory, although it seems like it's using all of its speed to pull itself towards you until these things are staring you down with bright, green, glowing eyes. Gregory.
Seeing this thing just starting to charge in at us, seeing it going after Samantha. I don't fucking think so! As I just take a step forward as just the anger of this thing lashing out, almost seeming to ignore my big intimidating form as I'm fucking standing right fucking here. As the anger takes over, the rage builds as I just drag my sword across the ground from one hip up and into its side as I try to cut this thing away from Samantha.
As this thing looks in your direction, you see as it's dragging across the ground, its form again sort of shifts. Like as it's sprinting, part of it seems to shiver and suddenly it appears 5 feet closer than it was before, as if it were right in your face. Next moment, it shifts back, and it's hard to you're trying to time it right so that you're striking where it's standing, but as your attack will be at disadvantage.
Yep. 14.
Ooh, you're swinging your sword, it comes close, and you see its body shift to the side, and you swing through the air, and then you feel it as one of its tentacles falls through the invisible air as it's reappearing and hits the ground as you connect.
Ooh. Slice across its back.
Yeah.
Now seeing its form, I just try to step into it as I just bring the blade up and try to cut the fuck down, seeming like it's easier to tell where the hell it is, and so I come down with all my strength, giving it some great weapon master.
Alrighty.
Oh shit.
As you bring your sword down, as you cut through this thing, it almost seemed like you cut through like some sort of invisible form. Its image was just this projection standing next to it. And once you cut through its form, the image shattered and it revealed where it was, now sitting there with one of its tentacles basically losing its sort of strangely sharpened suction-cupped ends. But now as it's bleeding and standing before you, you're trying to swing through the air, just trying to cut clean through it. And this time it actually uses a bit of its own dexterity to pull itself away as some of the blood spatters up against your face. You're trying to block it from getting in your eyes, this strange, almost bright red, like neon red colored blood. As
Maybe you should try. Maybe you should try throwing it next time, Gregory.
I go and kill Luna.
You were gonna throw it at her?
A couple times. There we go. Alright. That's my turn.
As we come now to the creature that you, Javen, are holding in your hand, you can feel as you're pulling this thing away, its strength begins to wane, and it becomes easier to actually drag. But this time, though it's grappled and it seems to be weakened, it sort of turns its head towards you, And again, its body begins to... as if it's regaining some of its strangely illusory defense. As you're going to have 2 tentacles coming your way. Wow.
No.
As it
Able
whoops
to
over your...
block it with my mighty Dragonborn skill.
As these sharp tips try to clash into your scales, but you're able to block it and keep this tentacle away as the other one comes after you.
Ooh, that makes it.
Yeah,
Just
next one.
barely breaching my defense.
Yeah, the other one, you're able to catch it and block it again, but this time the tentacle is a bit longer in its reach. Actually wraps around your arm and just sort of sinks down as these spikes go into a softer spot in your scales, dealing 11 damage.
Ow.
Turning to face you. Now this creature...
Come at me.
Oh yeah, and Gregory, as this creature, you're swimming through the air trying to swing your sword. You look up and you hear a voice, "Oh, that's okay! You'll get him next time, I'm certain!" And click, a thought in your mind. You remember that voice, that little man. In one of the hardest times in your life, when work was slow, Jody barely gave you anything to get by, and you were afraid that come wintertime, the kids, there may be days where they're not eating. Some happy little man just showed up in town when you were just maybe just sitting on the curb trying to think of what to do, trying to think of anything rather than what your father tried. This man saw you were down and handed you just this small little satchel that was just filled with gold pieces. He didn't say why, he didn't ask for anything in return, he just said you looked sad and needed some smiling, something to gleam as bright as this gold. And introduce himself as Mr. Burgundy, and you haven't really seen him since.
You won't all miss it. We got this.
Oh, I'm certain you do. Alright, let's see. Ooh. This one again, seeing the danger, just starts turning away from this weak prey hiding in a tree. Instead, scales down the wall. He's gonna come up after you, Clyde. Its body sort of shifting and wavering. You're trying to get ready to aim a shot or pull out your sword to strike, but again, as it's walking, suddenly it poof, appears in front of you and poof, appears away and then poof, reappears in its space. Really hard to gauge where it's standing at any point. As it's going to get 2 strikes at you. Assuming that doesn't hit.
Nope.
Alright, how do you defend against it?
Oh, I'm just.
He does that.
I'm
He
just
literally
gonna.
that.
Yep. I just do that. I go.
Cat versus cat. He's throwing off his game.
As another tentacle comes swinging at your side, trying to latch onto you. Ooh, 23.
Oh, he got me.
As this one comes swinging around your screaming form, striking for 11 damage. As he hits you hard with this with a long lashing tendril. It feels like someone's cracking a whip against your body before these sharp spines stick into your fur. But that's its turn. Clyde.
I'll give home.
I don't care. I'll go climb. Let's see. Can I climb on the side of the tree? Nope. I'm just gonna start climbing the tree.
Okay. As you pull yourself away, not even disengaging, or are you disengaging?
Nope.
This thing's gonna try and lash out at you. And make sure that you aren't gonna leave without taking some party damage. Another whipping tentacle whoosh, comes through the air.
Just beat it away with my claws.
As your sharp claws match and deflect its sharp tentacle. As you
So
climb
look
up the feet, 20 feet.
down at it and shoot it.
Okay, pulling out your bow, finding good footing, and then launching arrow down. With disadvantage, as his body seems to be shifting all over the place. Ooh, but even with your disadvantage, you're able to see this thing. You can almost see where its footprints are landing in the ground. Finding a good spot where you can aim just between all these illusionary images and threading the needle. You deal 11 damage?
Yep.
Alright. As once you strike into its body, seemingly invisible amidst this mass of shifting forms, you see these images shatter. And now the creature stands there with an arrow lodged in its upper shoulder, I suppose, bleeding this bright red blood on the ground.
It's gonna be my turn.
Okay, here comes Persephone.
How tall is this little ledge here? Can I just go up it, or is it going to use climbing speed?
It's about 10 feet, so it'd take a little hard. You can't just pull yourself up and over. It would probably take about 20 feet or so. Unless you're a big boy. But one before that, Clyde, this man's voice doesn't ring a bell until you hear him talking to Gregory, giving him all this sound advice, trying to help him guide his sword rather than just swinging it wildly through the air. You remember this man? He once was on a ship you were supporting. You weren't really aware of his presence or his appearance. You just heard his voice once. As you spent most of your time up in the crow's nest, apparently your father had gotten into an altercation with this man, sort of a moral dilemma. This man was trying to simply acquire goods at a lower price for some local children at a port, but your father wasn't really having it. He was ascertaining that the price be full. And this small man ended up leaving, having to pay full price and even then some, just to support some of these small local children. And it's kind of weird how you ever forgot about this person. You only recognize him by the sound of this voice he's carrying. As Persephone.
Taken aback seeing such monstrosities that she literally can only dream of. We're going to run over this way. And it's going to be like 10 feet to get up here, he said?
Yeah, you're basically you'll be climbing.
Yeah.
You can take 20 feet to get to the top.
That's-
Climb speed.
So I'm like going to be half climbed if I go here.
Yeah, basically if you go there, you're basically going to be using, it's going to take twice as much movement to go up any distance. So since it's 10 feet tall, it's going to take you 20 feet to go up there.
That's fine. Can I still cast a spell while I'm holding onto this ledge?
As long as you have a hand free, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to grasp onto my,
Because you're wearing a shield.
Use the shield into the rocks and cast your spell.
Mm-hmm. If you have your shield equipped, yeah, one of your hands is going to be occupied with the shield, the other one's going to be either occupied with climbing or casting a spell. Unless it doesn't require somatic components.
5 feet, cast your spell, and then climb.
That's also true.
Spell on the way.
You can cast
Yeah,
while
we'll
moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically. So that gem is going to start glowing and she's going to start speaking into it as if trying to talk to friends from beyond. My friends among the Fae, lend me your aid. Give me strength in the form of beasts that can see these creatures and hit them and help my friends as I use my conjure animals. Hoping for 2 CR1s.
Ooh. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah. And I want them to cross through the ether right behind the two, near Samantha and Gregory and the one that lashed out at Clyde.
Okay, 1 second.
Go be a big douche. Go look up CR1 beasts.
I already have a suggestion.
Giant octopus. Do octopus.
I was gonna go.
Come on,
Kraken.
Owen. Octopus are definitely fucking
What was it you wanted?
natural for
Persephone?
this environment.
Giant eagles.
Just summon elves. They're from the Feywild.
But they're not beasts.
Wait, some of them are.
Octopi.
Octopi.
Swarm of quippers.
Whoa there.
Whoa.
Not quippers. Kippers, right? Yeah.
I pronounced it quippers.
Let's say it's kipper. It's a fish.
Quippers.
Kettlefish a thing, or is it just kettle full of fish? Is it just a turn of phrase? Fish. Look, that's
There's
thing.
a cuttlefish.
For kettlefish.
Kettle.
Is it a fish that looks like a kettle? God, I hope so.
The answer to the riddle lives in a lake and creates hot water. A kettlefish. What?
What? What?
Yeah, I don't think kettlefish is a real thing.
Reality.
Kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Winning.
As Persephone, you reach out with your voice and your magic, trying to call upon the spirits beyond this world to send you something, and you feel the air suddenly carry around you, and leaves begin to billow and rise. And where these leaves coalesce around these creatures you're trying to deter, you can see them almost conjoin, and you feel that breaking of a threshold again as something gives. And these leaves just sort of scatter, and pressing themselves from within the masses come these, it looks like even more leaves, like large branches of trees, just swaying and flapping as these almost like crackling, these crackling limbs of wood become flesh, and the leaves become white as if made of flower petals. These large, looming, horse-sized eagles appear flying just overhead of these creatures.
Yes.
See, gotta go. Boop.
God, imagine if druids got spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna grasp onto my shield and start climbing, and that's gonna be my turn.
Okay, one arm holding on the shield, the other arm grabbing up on the wall, pulling yourself up along.
Yep.
Okay. As you're climbing up the wall, you peer from atop this tall tree. Oh, very well done, calling upon your brothers and sisters. So proud of you, Persephone. And yeah, it took you a little bit, but it's really clicking who this person is. You remember actually meeting him. Your master actually was having, I guess, lunch with him at one point. Both of them were sitting in the same room discussing matters of going on in the Illyrian forest over a cup of some nice little root tea. And it was sort of, you remember catching on to their conversation about how, though the Feywild may be dangerous, there is such beauty there. One cannot help but appreciate it, even amidst the darkness that glooms within. And it's stuck with you now, and only really came back when you hear this voice and see this smiling man looking down and giving you praise. It was always Mr. Burgundy.
He was always there.
She's gonna give him like the biggest smile she can.
That's it, yeah.
As it comes to you, Mitty, you see Clyde get whipped at by one of these leathery cords tipped with spikes on the ends of their little suction cup ends. And you see Clyde retreat up a tree.
He's gonna go over and protect Gregory.
Mitty turns around the corner, comes up, looks in this creature, and this creature turns towards Mitty, and you can see these green eyes suddenly flare up as it seems like its attention falls solely on you, the wolf.
Well, he gonna bite him.
Give him a bite with that advantage. As it seems like with one of its
Minimum
tendrils
damage.
bleeding out, unable to regain its composure, its illusionary defense, your teeth sink in true as you deal 8 damage. Catching to its side, it pulls out biting on one of its arms. It manages to use the others to push and rend Mitty off, but before that, Mitty's gonna try and knock him to the ground. Alright.
Oh,
But even so, with 6 legs, one of them being wounded, it's able to keep itself standing and push Mitty away.
so close. That's Mitty's turn.
Alright, and Luna. Luna. Not gonna give your dog a number.
Just gonna walk over here. Say, oh, aren't you just an adorable cat? Here, let me just pet you. As I reach out to pet him, and then my arm just starts glowing this bright black light as I lightning bolt them.
Ooh, nice.
Zap the kitty.
Yeah.
Alrighty. As this crackling black energy pierces through not only this creature, but the one behind him. Let's see. Gotta make some dex saves.
Mr. Burgundy. Does Mr. Burgundy have something to say to me?
To Mitty? No. Mitty does look up at him for a moment, just in recognition, but it seems like his gaze is actually fixed on this creature in front of him.
Mitty doesn't know him.
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, strangely enough, Mitty doesn't actually seem to pay any attention. He just seems so focused on these strange displacer beasts, as if it's just the only thing that matters right now. As these creatures, one of them bleeding, one of them chasing after this cat that's climbing after a tree, suddenly beset by lightning. Gotta get some dex saves.
What the fuck is Patrick on the map?
Because I conjured him. That's why.
Conjured
Ooh, as these
Patrick?
creatures are not prepared for your lightning, as this blast consumes them wholly. But in that next moment, you see their form sort of shifts a second, and just as it consumes them, they shift to the side, just out of it. You can see smoke and crackling black energy rolling over their body, where they've clearly been damaged, but it almost seems like they pulled themselves out of the way magically at the last second, as they only take half damage.
Cheeky
Only take half
bastards.
damage?
Graffiti boys.
Oh, that's
They
right.
know
Boy,
Kung Fu.
boys. Better than evasion.
Omenism.
Better than evasion. They always take half, right? Silliness.
Pretty sure that's what evasion does.
No, evasion
Let's-
is just like if
we'll
you
see.
take half, you take 0 instead.
You'll see. As what do you do, Luna? You see these things, you blast them, consume them in your lightning. They should have just been, like everything else, destroyed, but they managed to pull themselves away magically at the last second before returning back to their spots.
Turn a second level spell slot into 2 sorcery points, and then I'll take out my dagger, and that's it.
You take
Okay.
half damage on a fail for evasion. Sorry.
As Luna, you hear calling out, "Oh, that was quite amazing! Such power! You've really grown up, Luna." That's Mr. Burgundy. You remember when you were just a little kid? God, where were you at? Maybe up in Broken Ridge for a short time when you were just on the streets, hungry and cold, no one wanting to take you in until a small man in a tiny little cottage brought you just maybe a couple of nights of comfort, warm food, and a warm bed to sleep in before he mysteriously vanished. You remember that man had horns and soft, furry legs with little hooves on the end, and you never thought you'd really see him again until now.
I just wanted one of us to be like, oh, it's you.
I squint up at him and just like,
You monster.
I don't say anything, I just squint at him. I was pretty sure he was fake.
Just one of your imaginary friends.
Luna was dying of hunger. She's pretty sure he was a hallucination.
As it comes to Javen. Creature
Yeah,
still
still
held in
feeling-
your grasp.
Still, even though he woke up, feels a little bit of the adrenaline pumping through. He decides, why not? As he pulls out his signature flask and takes a drink of the only fire that could ever burn him from the inside. As a red dragon boy, he takes a sip from his dragon dew flask.
Yeah, you do.
Just feeling the fire, the actual warmth, the burn, was something that not even he could take. So I gotta make a call. Boop.
Mm-hmm. As you feel this this warmth go down your
There we
throat.
go.
Oh. Wait, was that your con? Okay, that's oh, that's the save. Okay.
Yep.
As you drink it, yeah, you feel that warmth taking over you once more, fighting away, pushing away a lot of the cold of this forest that carries it with the mist. Although the mist is quite thin here, you feel yourself regaining that strength, that ability to move with this almost to the rhythm of the sound of your own heartbeat as you enter this drunken state. But maybe it's just the adrenaline rushing through you. You process it not quite fast enough, or maybe a little too fast, to the point where you drink a little too much. And though you find yourself capable of moving and fighting a bit better, you're also, for the time being, a little drunk.
Yeah, I am. So he lets it overtake. That's 2 attacks. Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, being drunken state, you're just sort of throwing your fists over. The first one will actually hit as again this creature's body tries to teleport and move out of the way, but you're holding on to him. You just have to punch what you're holding on to, as both strikes will connect.
Really?
Yeah.
14?
Mm-hmm. First, like, punches to its body, the image shatters, and again, you're just punching the creature you're holding. Just poof, poof, as you're just beating this cat that you were holding.
Come on.
Unable to
I
escape
decided to
you.
drag him away. I got you, Mr. Burgundy. He won't be bothering you. So I keep dragging him. Because I have a lot of speed now.
Yes, you do.
You see
In your
him
drunken
just
state.
drag him away. Yep.
This is my cat now. You're living with me.
Wait, don't take it too far.
Drag him away.
There you go, Javen.
Wait, Javen.
I got you, Mr. Burgundy.
Dragging him over
He
to
won't
the
be
left.
messing with you no more.
This thing just
Cat just comes
This
back covered in blood.
Javen was never heard from again.
as this thing's claws are trying to drag him to the ground, but with your strength and its inability to really loosen your grasp, it's just being pulled and like you ever see cats when you're trying to pull them up or pick them up something, they grab them to the ground. There's these long claw marks. This is being dragged away by a drunken dragon.
Wait, and then it's like Javen's not stuck with the displacer beast. The displacer beast is stuck with Javen.
I trust you, Javen. As it comes down to Samantha.
Get him away from it. Damn it.
Yeah, seeing this thing kind of just get up in our face, but like its weird sort of back and forth kind of movement seems to perhaps not be affecting it at the moment after getting hit with Gregory's sword, and then just this black lightning coursing through it, causing it to shake and with devastating magical energy. Samantha, always kind of paying attention to all of those around her, and always, it seems, perhaps learning or pulling in, taking things for herself, almost through a sort of osmosis, if you will, thinks back to the memento that she has of Paracelsus von Hohenheim, the doctor, the man of an expert of medicine, and also, strangely enough, poison, something she can relate to. And as she begins to conjure forth this green instrument in her hand, she uses a bonus action to infuse it with all her malice and avarice, forming this strange spectral syringe, and she just jabs it into this thing's neck and forces the plunger in. Paracelsus will always live within her, she thinks to herself. Galton. I'll just blast him with disadvantage. There you go. Boom. All that for that. Enjoy.
Yeah. As this thing is basically beset on all sides, a strange plant-like eagle floating behind it, hovering, waiting orders. Luna, her hands still crackling from electricity, clearly a threat. Mitty snapping at it with its jaws, almost knocking it off its feet, and Gregory cutting off one of its tentacles. Has no real time to discern which threat to ascertain first as you connect with your poisonous Eldritch Syringe. Dealing 7 damage. Let's see, as...
Oh, yeah.
Gotta make that save. There you go. As it connects with them, you can see its body sort of shiver as it responds to this strange ichor entering its body. But its strange, almost alien anatomy shakes it off. You can see from its bleeding tentacle, there's almost like this building bulge along the length of the cord before this thick black clot of blood escapes it, as if seems like its bleeding wound helped prevent it from being poisoned. Although it still has a bleeding wound.
Leaving the magic of the syringe there, it just seems to fade away as the poison doesn't take effect, and she just kind of tries to pirouette out of the way of a potential strike coming at her, conjuring forth a green dagger, reminiscent of the same one that Luna's holding in her hands right now, and trying to slice at the other side of its head.
Okay. Oh yeah, that one will still connect. Again, it seems like even though the poison didn't quite take hold as expected, it still had an effect in deterring this creature. Ooh, you deal a healthy amount of damage.
Getting a
Carving
long
across its
carve
body.
across the face.
As when you carve across its face again, you get this spray of like bright neon, almost glowing red blood that coats the knife for a second before the energy fades and just sort of spatters on the ground.
And hoping that she'll have enough of an advantage, she will try to step back.
Okay. Its tentacle still rides around in the air, but doesn't come after you.
Alright. And that is... Alright, yeah, that's it for me.
Okay.
Find Palace and flip through my internal memory. I was like,
As this creature, badly wounded, still crackling with electricity, one of its tentacles lobbed off by Gregory's sword and bleeding, its face now just pouring down bright red blood, sort of coating its dark, shadowy form. It just turns around and... there's only one thing it can try to do at this point. As it pulls away, trying to slip and slide its form, you can see, just for moments, its image sort of the flicker, stepping to and fro, making it somewhat hard to discern where it is and where it's going. As it's going to try and pull itself up and away, disengaging from you, backing away. But once it reaches this point, seeming the end of its its escape, you can see again these sort of flickering images of itself changing in place, become more prominent, more frequent, more absolute, as this creature finally regains its defense. That's all it does. Gregory.
Running son of a bitch. Seeing that it climbed up the side of this hill, I'm not gonna fucking get to it. Damn it! Ah! As I just start charging around the hill at this thing that looks to be fucking looking up at Clyde up in the tree like he's got him treed. As I'm just gonna come around, and as I swing out with my sword, I actually don't quite go for the killing blow. As I just try to get past its defenses. I know I was able to cut off one of those tentacles before. I'm just going to try to slice across its back, doing the same thing. Maybe its tentacles give it this strange ability to dislocate where it is. But I'm just swinging with my greatsword.
Okay. As you're swinging with your greatsword, driven by your rage, come on, get this thing, cut off the tentacle. You swing, and this thing, though it seems to have lost some of its illusory defense, its form reaches up, its tentacle just rides right out of the way in a sort of sporadic moment, and the rest of its body follows after as your sword sticks into the ground for a moment before you pull it back up.
As I just fucking... anger just overwhelming me that he's been fighting like shit this entire night in this darkness in this damp place, as he just swings with all his might, but not with just strength, more with magic, as the blade begins to glow, ready to unleash force, as he swings down once again. As he cuts, the magic just explodes as he attempts to smite this fucking thing.
Ooh. See.
Dealing 31 damage.
As your sword carves him into its body, that extra pulse of power just sending it in and burning it within its body as you carve your sword through its flesh, dealing a healthy amount of damage as this thing barely manages to keep itself stable. You can see some of its legs growing weak beneath it, almost falling limp, but the rest of them continue to hold their strength. But again, just this gout of bright red neon blood just pours and scatters across the ground, and some of it even pouring from its open mouth, as these still glowing green eyes turn towards you, no longer focused on Clyde.
Position myself against the tree so it can't scurry off like the other one and maybe go after Clyde. Trying to interpose my... That's my turn.
Let's see. Oof. As the creature being dragged away to the darkness by the now drunken Dragonborn, still held in his grasp, just turns to face him. Try to twist its feline body, using some of that natural flexibility to face them. These tendrils come flying out at you. 2 strikes. Come on now. Ooh.
Ow.
As this one, it seems like in your drunken state, you're having a little too much fun just trying to pull this thing away. A little too much sway with your movements as your footing catches for a moment, and then one tentacle comes flying and just spears you right in the chest, just slapping hard, and you feel all the sharp pins just sticking in through the scales as you take 16 damage.
Ow. Right where I want him.
And as those things rip out of your body, another set of tentacles comes flying over, trying to catch you in the side of the head.
Oh.
This time, your sense is sharpened by pain. You just duck underneath and woof, it whiffs above. As it pulls and tries to get away from you, but again, its strength continues to wane, unable to really just pull itself free. That's all it does. As we come down to these giant eagles, their wings and feathers made of these strange, like, leaves and petals, as they await a command.
Swarm down on each of them. Hit them with everything you've got.
As one flies over, fighting on mostly equal level, getting about 10 feet higher than this creature. Before coming down with a strike. Ooh. First one coming after it with a beak. Ooh. 16 will connect as it reaches down. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. As it reaches down, stabs right into the creature, and you can see it goes through its body almost seamlessly until the image shimmers as it was standing just a few feet away from where the creature struck. And a bit frustrated, this creature just reached out and tries to catch it with its claws, trying to lash at its body. Come on. No more double clicking. Ooh. As you see it again, reaching out and trying to clash onto it, it tries to go for the tentacles, the highest reaching points, but again, it swiftly reaches through the illusion, and the illusion shimmers and it twists places. Things are a little hard to grasp. As this eagle comes down, swooping down on top of this creature, trying to pin it down first with its talons, trying to keep it pinned to the ground and able to move. Let's see, gonna start with its talons first. Oof, but again, you see it pinned down as if its weight just falls directly on top of its body before the image fades and reappears next to the spot it was standing on. This time, with the eagle pulling itself off the ground for a moment, keeping itself level, it's going to try and peck down at this creature, trying to spear it with its beak.
Oh, that'll...
Ooh.
God damn it.
Yeah. False hope. As again, picking down at the earth, this thing's image keeps shifting and moving, almost like a sick whack-a-mole game. It's pecking where it once was, and its image appears and disappears and reappears and disappears. These eagles are having a bit of trouble trying to catch them.
So obviously that crits for its next turn, right?
Wait,
Right?
isn't that the one Gregory hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, but an 8 and 7.
Oh, you double clicked
Yeah.
it for that.
Yeah, double-clicked. As it comes to this creature's turn, severely wounded and bleeding, unable to really use its illusory magic to its defense. It seems like the eagle just had trouble fighting it in its now defensive state. But really nowhere to run without really provoking these things. It's going to turn and just swing its tendrils wildly. One coming after you, Gregory, the other one reaching up and trying to lash at this bird. Let's see. First going after Gregory.
Ooh, just barely connecting.
As this wild tentacle, hard to predict and difficult to block with just a sword, comes swinging around, getting around your defense and stabbing through your armor, dealing 6 damage. Cut down to 3.
Gregory has gotten to the habit when sort of gets into the state in fights where everything goes a little bit blurry around the edges of his vision. He tunnels quite a bit as he just wants to fucking cut things down and get them out of the goddamn way, and at this point, he's somewhat given up on defending himself in a lot of these situations, to the point where he's getting a little bit reckless in his attacks in these situations.
Okay, as the second tendril comes flashing out at this bird, a little bit surprised that its strikes aren't really reaching this strange otherworldly creature. As 11 reaches up, you see this thing graze across its feathers, these sharp pins almost carving into its flesh, but with a large flap. The bird manages to pull itself just out of the way, but you see this sort of flurry of leaf-like feathers sort of scatter in the air and fall as if it was pretty close to striking him. As we come down to Clyde, perched 20 feet up in a tree, with an eagle in front of you, Gregory beneath the tree, standing by its roots, and this creature now wounded, sort of surrounded on all sides. What do you do?
Shoot at it.
Yeah, shoot at it. Yeah.
With 20 shoot.
You shooting at this guy?
Yep.
Because he's
Yep,
blurry
it seems-
again.
I'm saying, because at the end of his turn, it seems like his image once again begins to flicker and sway to and fro. But regardless, these things, everyone's having trouble. These birds are having trouble. But Mr. Sharpshooter, champion archer of Oakwell, not too hard to strike these creatures, even if you can't quite see where they're standing. You just gotta know. As that will deal damage. Let's see. Spanish will do that one. You do 9 damage as this arrow flies into its body. And again, its shimmering image just immediately shatters.
You just gotta hit it.
Clyde, they're not that easy.
I've hit them every time I've shot. They're easy.
What? He just doesn't understand.
I know you're all trying your best. That's all we can ask for. Is that your turn, Clyde?
Yep.
Okay. Persephone.
Well, I mean, I could have MIDI attack Samantha, but that's just rude.
That's true.
Oh yeah, that is
Kill your
weird.
dog.
Seeing Javen pulling that thing away, I don't feel too good about it. He doesn't look too good either.
You see him pulling him away, and these
My turn
tentacles.
hasn't rolled around yet. Wait for me to have my 4 attack.
Javen,
And then we'll see. Wait for me to have my 4 attack. You small
I have him right where I want him.
Yeah, he's got it right where he wants
tiny
it.
kid.
On top of the ledge.
Yeah, kill the one in the tree.
Javen's
Yeah,
got
the
that
one
one.
that's about to fuck up the Burgundy, dude.
That's fine, but I'm going to give Javen a little assistance in the form of a 2nd level healing word.
I don't
you
need
damn
somatic for that.
Oh, you're still scaling the cliff.
Yeah, because I'm still scaling the cliff, because I just need to say things.
Oh, so was Javen the one that got crit?
Javen looks really fucked up, guys!
He's
Oh, he's fine.
My turn hasn't rolled around yet.
Yeah, I saw a crit and I thought it was Gregory, and I was like, he's raging, he's fine.
My turn hasn't rolled around yet. Let me solo the damn thing.
As Javen,
What's
you
your turn?
11 hit points. As you feel like this wash of, I guess, what is it, fairies? What does your healing word look like again?
My healing word is going to look like fairies, but instead of shooting out from my bracelet, it's like they come up from the ground, almost like the nature, energy of nature comes up and lends life to him itself.
Nice.
Thanks, Mr. Burgundy.
We don't need Javen anymore, guys.
So I'm going to spend 10 movement to climb up this ledge here. And I'm going to throw a thorn whip at this duder, and hopefully I can hit.
See, yeah, again, its image seems to be shifting to and fro. This creature, the eagle that you called upon, seems to be just over its head. So there's even enough space beneath it for you to really get a good whip. But even with this sort of weird illusion surrounding it, your thorn whip goes a bit wide before it suddenly wraps around and catches onto something invisible. The illusion shatters, and you catch it.
I got it!
I told you it was fucking easy.
And then I'm going to pull him towards me.
Ooh, how far?
We're going to go just
That's-
10. Would that bring it to like a ledge? I want him towards a ledge.
I mean, you're pulling him directly towards you.
Nope, let's just do the 5. It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Alright,
then distance is my friend. As I go over here. And then my turn.
Oh, nice shot, Persephone! I always knew you could do it. As Midi, what do you want to do?
Well, I mean,
Between these two creatures, Mitty, which one would you want to go for? That's my question for you, Mitty.
He's gonna go hang out with his best friend, Gregory.
All right.
And he gonna bite him.
Oh, yeah, and bite him you do. Teeth sink into its body, the spray of bright neon blood coming from its limb as it starts to go limp. As let's say, ooh. You can see the leg actually gives out where you bite it and start twisting and tearing as it needs to try and keep its strength beneath them. And it does not as the creature ends up slumping to the ground. Leg, seems like you got the strong leg as it falls prone. Now he's climbing Gregory.
Yep. That's gonna be Mitty's turn. And poor Luna can't shoot distance at him anymore.
As Luna comes to you.
See, I had such a good shot too. Now he's on the floor.
Luna, the one on the cliff should be easier to hit.
As Luna disregards Persephone. Because why should we listen to Persephone, guys?
As Luna enters her mind palace.
Persephone, that's a bad idea. As I will twin cast Chaos Blood again. That guy, and then I guess I'll let Javen solo his person. That guy with disadvantage because he's on the floor now.
Okay.
So first one.
Your first one, easily enough. This creature had it. You gave it this, or Persephone rather, pulled it into a sort of an awkward position with this eagle flapping its wings over its head. A bit hard to aim around, but your aim's quite good, especially now that you can control this spell almost like a sniper of sorts. And you sort of just thread that needle as the wings go up, revealing the displacer beast beneath him, and you strike him.
Although it's a level 2 because I don't have any of those one spell slots.
Okay. What damage is that?
I should really memorize this. Fire.
Ooh. As the warbling energy becomes this black flame that catches onto its body, spreading over its form. Ooh. As it seems to be in quite a sorry state as it stands up, trying to keep itself balanced, but the fire starting to spread along its body, closing some of its piercing thorn wounds, but still wounding it quite deeply.
And then the second guy.
As you throw your energy between Gregory and Mitty and try to get underneath this eagle, as, again, this energy sort of wants to go everywhere at once, but with just a touch of control, just the slightest amount of magical finesse, you're able to cause this thing to sort of dip down in its descent as it strikes the creature.
Ooh.
How do you want to kill it?
I think the very indicative of Samantha, the strange, snake kind of just crawls into the belly's mouth and poison him within, and just he dies of poisoning.
Sneaky snake.
As warbling energy takes shape and slithers down its throat, the creature on its back just sort of rides before you, Mitty and Gregory, and even you, Clyde. Its tentacles writhing in the air before it goes they go stiff. They twitch and then just fall limp to the ground. As it is a dead cat.
And that's my turn.
Okay, come on. As it comes to you, Javen, your body was wrenching in pain, but thankfully, to probably Mr. Burgundy's magic, you're able to... Your wounds were somewhat mended. Ah, thanks, old friend.
Thank you, drunken stupor. So obviously, from Persephone was all about fairies, and then what is this earth? That's obviously Mr. Burgundy and his giant tree. What did we say that he gets a con save at the beginning or the end for poison?
End of his turn.
As he starts pulling real haymakers. Ah.
As you're swinging your hand out, just drunkenly trying to get this creature, you swing it. It seems like it's just holding on to it. Its image is forming all around you. You're not seeing one creature poofing around all over the place, disappearing and reappearing. You're seeing 2, maybe 3, with your eyes sort of crossing. But again, it's super simple. You're holding on to something. Just punch the thing you're holding on to as you connect.
Sure. I'll burn a key point to stunning strike it.
As you're trying to hold this thing still. Give me that thing.
Burst through.
Give me the damage of that punch. Yeah, there it is. And it's BAM! You connect with its body as the strike shivers and ripples through its form. See if it can withstand it. No, it cannot. As you see its form, again, even though you're holding on to it, whatever resistance it was giving suddenly goes limp. As it just sort of stands there almost limply in your arms, barely giving any strength to actually keep standing, but just enough consciousness to keep it wary of its surroundings as it stops resisting.
I sort of release it, seeing it go a bit limp, and now having the full flexibility of having 2 arms, 3 more attack. Following from my right strike, left, right, left. Just trying to pound into its center mass body.
Ooh, all 3 of those will connect.
Get him.
As you strike, poof, 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 knocking this thing around, it almost gives no resistance at all as it's just standing there, almost like a rag doll, leaning and twisting and contorting with every blow, unable to really stop you. You can see its tendrils sort of writhing in the air, lashing at things around him, as it almost seems like, in his own way, he's also in a drunken state, although more of a punch-drunk state than really anything involving poisons or tonics.
Shaven sort of saunters around, sort of turns back. I got him, Mr. Burgundy. Thanks for the aid. As he gives him like a sort of thumbs up. It's obviously drunk.
Keep doing what you're doing. It seems like you're all winning. Oh, you're making me so happy. You're so winning. You're so
As he's still
good.
poisoned. This is as the last of his words slur out as he turns back towards the displacer. Who does not look like a happy camper anymore.
Oh, hold on a second. Do. There we are. Samantha.
Yep. Step. Of a warbling, poisonous snake sent by Luna, Samantha just conjures forth her Eldritch Bow and knocks 2 arrows. It just kind of lines up the shot and then just does one really high as she is going to shoot 1 Eldritch Blast at this dude and then 1 at this dude.
Okay. First one's going to be made with advantage. This creature is not trying to dodge you.
He is noticeably standing still after Jaden was done with him.
That'll definitely hit. Save 2. How do you want to kill him?
Just the arrow just slams home and it seems to dislodge the black snake that seems to be wrapped around this thing. Can I use my bonus action to move the hex?
Not between your shots.
Hyperlam. As it tries to race as quick as it can to wrap itself around the last displacer beast, but it cannot get there in time as the arrow seems to fall right back down and try to stab into the back of this thing's head. Swifting between the branches, I think just a normal attack.
Yes, sir. Yep, as that will connect too. How do you want to kill this one?
Just back of the head, it just falls right over.
After having been battered by some of Luna's energy and beset by both a thorny whip and this bird trying to swing its wings around either side of it, there's no more way for it to see your attack coming until the last second before finally catching it in the head, spray of this blood spattering across the ground, and it too falls dead.
Javen turns back around. I did it! I did it, Mr. Burgundy.
Because after a few moments, everyone
He puts,
catching their breath,
Two hands up.
becomes obvious that, though there's still darkness, and these creatures, though they lay dead, their eyes still remain open, green light pouring from them. They don't seem to get up. They don't seem to move. And it seems, at least for now, the danger has been quelled.
There we go.
As these large eagles come flying back to Persephone, sort of perching on the edge of this cliff next to her, like soldiers awaiting orders.
Yes, good job.
They're going to get head pets. She's so proud of them.
Huh.
Well, my word. I didn't think I'd see all of you away out here. Oh, let me climb down one moment. Oh, these hooves of mine.
Do you need help? And I'm getting ready to tell the eagles to go help him out.
Give him a hand.
Well, I wouldn't mind a hand, or I suppose a wing if it were. Okay. Ooh, eagle. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a tricky jump. One, two, leaps with these tiny little goat legs as one of these creatures flies underneath him just in time as he sort of lands almost mounted on this thing's back, just long enough for it to carry him safely to the ground 20 feet lower.
Stephen dashes across, seeming to climb the hill like it's literally nothing to going, and then sort of coming up at the top, doing a little somersault to her hands, and then just flopping
Very
on the back.
impressive. Oh, Chapin, you and your antics at drunken state. Oh, never change.
We did it.
I'm so happy to see all of you alive and well. Especially you. Clyde, where are you going? Don't you want to see your favorite little satyr? Oh, you've grown up so big, haven't you?
Who the fuck are you?
It's me, Mr. Burgundy. Come now. Everyone knows Mr. Burgundy.
Yeah, I remember you.
All I remember is you were on a ship once.
Yes. Of
You're
course,
one
a
of
ship.
Anisov's friends, aren't you?
I know of him. Of course I do. Yes, we've... come on now. We all know Mr. Burgundy. We've all met at least one point in our lives.
Would
Have you-
y'all know Mr. Burgundy too?
Yeah, he had tea with my druid teacher once.
Yeah, he tried one of my first brews. Just
I was-
when I was fresh out of being a.
I was
Oh,
pretty
they
sure
were
he was a human hallucination, so it's kind of weird.
Oh, it must be like meeting an imaginary friend, but I assure you, little Luna, little Moonlight, I'm very, very much real.
Wait, did he just fucking call her Little Moonlight?
Of course. That's what
If
I
you
called her
call
when she
me
was a
that, I
little
swear to
child.
God, I will burn all of you in your sleep.
I fucking love it!
You can
Oh,
try.
I'm sure Mr. Burgundy don't mean no bad. Mr. Burgundy, I'm sorry, I never really got the chance to thank you last time I saw you. I mean, I don't know what would have happened to me if you hadn't come along that day.
Well, it's just the nature of a man who just wants to help the world in these darker times. And
Ain't that right?
dark times they are indeed, as he see him reach up to the tree, and one of these glowing lights just seems to descend down slowly until it rests in his palm. There's something wrong with this forest, isn't there? Something's bringing all this gloom and disarray and attracting all these foul creatures and spirits here. It's been an awful place to retire, I must say. Man can't even find sleep in a tree without being hunted by these poor creatures.
Wait, were you living out here, Mr. Burgundy?
Of course. I'm a well-traveled man, little Gregory. Oh, I've seen places like this far, but the Elder Park has always called me home. Maybe because it's, well, lots of my own kind seem to reside here, stepping between one vale and the other. The Fae are always quite popular here, aren't they?
I've noticed.
I have to
I
say,
knew
I
you'd
am
notice.
surprised to see you again, Mr. Burgundy.
I'm surprised to see you too. Oh, I love the new look. Top notch, I must say.
Things have changed quite a bit since the last time I saw you.
So it seems, I must say. But, well, truly, I must thank you all for what you've done for me today. It warms my heart just to see you all growing up so strong and, if I must say, good. You're helping a stranger out, though. I guess we're not really strangers now, aren't we? We all have memories of one another at one point in time. I remember something about each of you. Hold on, I think I may have it with me. As he reaches up and you see more of these lights descending down. Gregory!
Yeah.
It's been some time. Are you still a connoisseur of sorts? Do you still like to cook? Are you still learning how to bake and to fry and to sear and sizzle?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. I certainly ain't no expert on it enough.
Well, I'm sure you're doing just fine. But I do recall at one point you're wanting to feed some hungry mouths. And I assure you that although bread and rations may do the trick, you always wanted to give them the best. That's what kind of man you grew into, isn't it, Gregory?
I mean, yeah. Just, I always say there's something special about eating good food. But why, Mr. Burgundy? I don't understand.
Well, I've been pondering those words for quite some time, little Gregory, and I thought, well, seeing how you've grown and seeing how you've stayed the true character, a good man who just wants the best, especially for his siblings, he might need a little help from your good friend Mr. Burgundy, as he pulls out one of these yellow lights and just sort of plops it in front of you as it sort of hovers in the air until you're grasped. You grab it.
Am I supposed to take it?
As you reach out,
Lean my head away, not quite sure what the hell's going on.
Just hold
oh,
your
I
hand
assure
up
you, it's perfectly safe.
like you're calling a fairy to your palm.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Yeah.
Just
All
hold
right.
it gently. As your hand starts to surround this small orb of light, and you sort of feel your hand clasping more and more around it, sort of waiting to feel something, because there's nothing there, until your fingers just about touch one another, and then there's just this presence of mass. As you hold in your hand this small pouch, like a belt pouch, just sits firmly in your palm, a bit of a bump. And inside, you kind of give it a sift. It feels like it's maybe filled with something grainy, like sand or powder.
What is this, Mr. Burgundy?
Well, I know that sometimes times can be tough, and we can't always afford the best, especially those we care about. So, I figure if you're going to cook a good meal, you should always have the right ingredients in hand. As he reaches inside and pulls out, looks like a small pinch of this powder that pours from his fingertips, and it falls in white grains of salt before descending into these black crackles as pepper, before some of them seem to flatten out into these small green leaves of oregano, as you've been given a little gift from your friend Mr. Burgundy. The Epicurus pouch. And sort of reaching in, playing with some of the material, just sort of, this looks like salt, and then this sandy material becomes salt. Pull some more out, and pepper becomes pepper. It's like whatever spice or seasoning you want to pull out of this bag, you get a small pinch of it that just appears.
Look at that. I don't know what to say. I think Mr. Burgundy.
It's simply a reward for being true to yourself, Gregory. I'm just simply glad you're growing into the man I always hoped you'd be, as he reaches up and sort of pats you on the side.
Yeah, thank you. Miss Burr, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry or nothing, but you always used to look like that. I don't remember the horns. First time I met. Is them new?
You know, I have been trying something different with my horns recently. I like the curling of it, but maybe when I met you, yes, they may have been sticking straight up, or to the sides, or maybe they were in a heart shape. I really don't recall. I've gone through many styles recently, but I'm this new look. Why, is it throwing you off? Should I change it?
No, it's fine. I just, for some reason, I remember you a bit different, but it sure as day, it gotta be you. Sorry, I'm rambling. Thank you, Mr. Burgundy. Thank you. It's something special.
As he turns around and sort of feels this stumbling presence behind him as Javen approaches. Oh, look at you in your drunken state. Oh, you've been having fun, haven't you, Javen?
Oh yes, Mr. Burgundy. Oh, it's been quite a while.
Are you feeling all right, though? You seem to be a little delirious. Are you fighting drunk again?
That's always been the way.
It's always
After all, did quit that lifestyle. Before. Wander, not all who wander are lost. Huh? And sometimes you wander too much, but you always find a perfect drink wherever you end up. Huh?
You always had a knack for this strange wisdom of yours, but there's always a kernel of truth. Though I do worry for your health sometimes. All that drinking can't be too good. There must be a way to sober you up. Here, I got something for you. As he reaches up and pulls out one of these lights, hands it over. But this time you see his fingers actually sort of molding it as it becomes a sort of long, curved rod as he hands this strange object to you to take.
Sure.
As the object takes a hold, and it looks like this actually pretty decent wooden pipe appears in your hands. It already seems packed with tobacco, and as it rests in your palm, you see his fingers sort of pull back along the edge as a little bit of spark comes along, and it lights the material within. Give it a smoke. Try to calm your nerves now. Get your senses back to normal.
Sure.
Invite you to smoke.
As I puff.
Hope it pairs well with your last tonic. As you give it a little puff, and you see the smoke exhales, sort of reaches out from his mouth, sort of filling as a small cloud before changes shape into this open maw like a dragon before it chomps down and fades away. As you be given a fun little pipe. In all your wisdom, Javen, I believe you would have many a story to tell, especially friends of yours. How long have you been with them? Are they new?
Quite recent. Eh?
Then you have many a tale to tell them. Maybe a new tool to keep you sober, just enough to give them all the wisdom you have to.
This is pretty neat. Thanks, Mr. Burgundy.
Oh, no problem, friend. Gives you another pat. Looks over at Luna, who seems to be squinting at him still.
I'd probably like reach out and just pat his shoulder and make sure he's not actually imaginary or a ghost.
Oh, Luna, your hands are still so cold. You must sit by the fire more often. It's almost like a corpse. Here, let me warm you up a little bit as he tries to reach out and take your hands and put a little warmth in them. It's seeming like a soft eminence, like almost like his hands have been recently pressed against a hearth, now sort of emanating a bit of life into your body. As he's sort of rubbing your hands warm, are you still keeping okay? It seems like you found something of a family to help keep an eye on you. Maybe even you to keep an eye on them.
Yes, Mr. Burgundy. I just don't want to say that around these people.
Always hiding what you really feel. Come on now, it's okay to open up sometimes.
Yeah, Luna, it's okay to open up.
Wait, you don't think we're like a family yet?
So just give Persephone just kind of a sarcastic little pat on the head.
Oh, that's a little moonlight.
Oh, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Wait, no, Luna, don't leave.
Leaving? Are you going to be alone again? Are you going to be looking for your parents?
I'm still looking for them.
Have you found any clues yet?
Not really.
Shame. I'm sorry to hear that.
Look no further. You found your daddy.
Come to
Oh my god!
Got him.
Alright, put my
Okay.
hand on the
Such a moment, Brendan.
Bomb.
Well played.
He reaches out his hands, and you can see a number of these lights in multicolor pulling together until they converge, taking on this like soft, almost dark blue. I understand. This path may be long and treacherous and may not lead to happy answers, but if it's answers you seek, good friend, Mr. Burgundy is always willing to give a hand as best as he can. Well, I assure you I'll be looking alongside you wherever I go. But where I cannot travel with you, I might be able to give you a bit of help, as he holds out this object that, as it extends towards you, this sort of soft blue light begins to flatten out into this sort of flat rectangular shape, extending it towards you.
Very cautiously just take it in between like my index finger and my thumb.
As you're pinching it and pulling it, it begins to materialize in your hand, and thankfully it's actually pretty light and quite thin, as it appears to be, it looks like a book of sorts, a pretty ornate looking one, with a black cover marked with looks like a star and all these ornate sides and silver trim, and it almost supernaturally light as you're sort of maneuvering it up and down and open it up. The pages inside are all blank. I know in your lonely times, there are moments where you realize you may have no one else to turn to, questions that may not have answers. There is a chance that maybe if you log these thoughts, these unanswered questions in this little book of yours, an answer might find you. As a seeker of sorts, has been gifted the Seeker's Tome.
Ooh.
Oh.
Just keep yourself very limited in its use. If you get a little too carried away, well, I'm not quite sure what will happen with this, but I care about you enough to warn you, my little moonlight.
Please stop calling me Moonlight.
But it's such a cute name, Luna.
It's totally a fucking adorable.
Isn't it?
I know.
Please don't encourage him either. But thank you.
As with Clyde's laughter, he turns towards the cat man, just smiling. Oh, you never saw my face then, you only heard my voice, is that right?
I think so. I don't know.
You got quite good hearing. And you're always looking after your friends. I saw you sitting up in the tree, keeping a watch on them. You're quite protective, aren't you?
Well, that's kind of what me and Mitty do.
You and Mitty. Have I met you, Mitty? As looks down, Mitty sort of looks up at him, sort of tilts his head. Oh, then this is a new face. Hello there, Mitty. My name is Mr. Burgundy, and today I'm going to change you and your friend's life. You see, I noticed you cannot help but warn your friends of danger. You keep an eye on them. I would allow you to help, so a little something to help you with that. As he pulls out this tiny, itty-bitty little golden bead, and just hands it over your way. As you take it and you pull it away from him, it actually extends in length. Like you're trying to pull it, and it looks like it stays in space for a second and goes from a small bead to like this tiny little cylinder as it manifests in your hands as this little whistle. It looks like a tiny little golden rod. We'll just give it a blow and imagine yourself trying to warn. You just blow into this thing and there's no sound. Quite effective, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think it's broke.
Well, do you want to hear it?
What am I supposed to?
Of course. Give it a blow. Think about really wanting to hear this whistle and give it a blow. As you blow, it just rings so loud in your ears, Clyde. But to everyone else, you just see Clyde blowing into a whistle, his ears sort of folding back and seizing up at this loud sound.
Clyde, you alright?
What the fuck kind of whistle is this?
Maybe you shouldn't blow so hard. You could be giving yourself a headache.
You say a good watchman always needs a way to warn his friends of danger coming, and with just a little trill of this, a good watchman can always warn his friends and keep his enemies unaware of the sound of this warning as you are given the watchman's trill.
Mm.
You got your magic dog whistle.
Hell no, I do not like this.
You don't know what it does, Luna. We didn't hear
The
anything.
ultimate troll item.
Oh, yeah.
God. You can do that to us 4 times a day, guys.
Now, Clyde. I know you like to get into trouble from time to time.
Prank successful.
Make sure you news this nicely as I give you a
Don't
little
make me
wink.
take away your toys, Clyde.
As he gives you a little
Prank
smile and a wink.
successful.
So when you find yourselves high in the crow's nest, wanting to make sure that your friends are safe, you always have a way to contact them. Although blow it softly so you don't hurt their ears.
Okay.
And stepping back over, looking at Persephone with a bit of a grin, looking back at Clyde, just seemingly enjoying his presence, his sort of smile, smirky, realizing what he can do. And you, little flower. Oh, I remember you growing up. But now you're so far away from home. Do you have to think about your home?
All the time,
All the time.
especially lately.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's an awful thing, homesickness. Can lead towards just the worst feelings. Sometimes all you need is just a memento and something to look. As he reaches up and pulls out a golden light and just sends it towards you. Something you might need. You take hold of it and it drops into your palm the moment you touch it. It looks like this small, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost octagonal shaped golden disc attached to a chain. It's like an amulet. Pretty and rightly designed with these strange, like, swirling symbols, clearly elven in design, but as you're sort of maneuvering it, looking it over, it sort of pops open like a locket. And inside you can see a mirror reflecting yourself. And as you look at it, maybe your mind's sort of still swimming around about home. The image in the mirror begins to sort of shift and sway with fog before you see Inelin. Perfect replication. Where the reflection once was, there's just an image, almost like a little pocket picture. As you gain the amulet of reflection.
It's not globe shaped.
Mm-mm.
Something like snow inside of it.
Mm-mm. Rosebud.
This is amazing.
I thought you'd like it. So when you feel a little homesick, you wish to see a face you haven't seen in quite some time, just always picture it and look within. Give me some time to reflect on the people that still are waiting for you. People who probably miss you.
With tears in her eyes, she's gonna give Mr. Burgundy a really
Don't cry,
big
you're going to
hug.
make me cry!
Thank you.
Aw.
Samantha dies? Oh, there she is. As turning back, looking over now at the revealed Samantha, her scales covering from. Oh, and there you are. Oh,
Mr. Burgundy,
Ooh.
it has been a very long time, and I see your kindness has not changed. I regret not listening to your advice, and I can't say I was the best host either. I feel, with everything that I've been through, I have a bit of a debt to repay. It is not much, but it is quite precious to me, and I want you to have it.
you're giving me a gift.
I should have paid you and heeded you when we last spoke. I can at least do half of that now, as I give him one of my full sweetberry wine skins. As I said, it is not much compared to what I used to drink, but it is quite sweet, and I think the best Oakwell has to offer, and I want you to have it.
He picks up the wineskin. You can see his face sort of swelling up. There's definitely been a change. I honestly did not expect this. And I think I know each and every one of you so well. As he looks over his shoulder for a moment, almost looking up in the trees, into the branches in his shoulder, and looks up at you, Samantha. Now this must remain a secret between you and I, between watching eyes that may be perched in every tree. Someone may not like what I'm doing here. As he reaches
should we?
up. No, you're fine.
Oh, all right. Sorry.
No, Gregory, you absolutely. As he reaches up, and you see one of these green lights pull towards him, and another one, and another one, and another, and another, until basically almost all of the green lights, save for a few scattering embers, coalesce into the air. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Before he clenches them, and they all seem to condense into a single small shape that's very clearly almost like some sort of pyramid that pulls itself into his palm. I know that, like your friend, you are lost. You're looking for something down a path you have no way to tread. But maybe this will give you the first. He extends it towards you, and it doesn't actually reach your hand, Samantha. It goes towards your scepter. You can actually see in the open mouth of your snake, this object begins to turn itself a line until, almost upside down as a small emerald pyramid, it manifests as a gem that the snake's mouth very carefully clasps onto. And you feel this sort of connection, pulse, as it's so small, so insignificant, but so very noticeable. A part of you that was once missing, part of you stripped away, has been returned. As you attune to this teeny, tiny, although very beautiful and very ornate, emerald shard.
You, Mr. Burgundy. I hope I do not have to stumble down this path too much longer.
And for your kind, a word of advice. Someone very close to you. You don't want me saying this, giving away spoils and secrets, but that scepter of yours, Samantha, is the key you will need. Keep it close. Don't let it fall into the wrong hand. And wherever that head points, you must follow.
I will heed your advice this time.
I hope you do. Oh, you all just warmed my heart, saving my life, giving me such praise, and even a new skin of wine to take with me. Oh, I cannot offer you much, but as the night continues on, you're free to find your camp here until daylight reaches you. You guys off towards some sort of adventure, finding your way home, maybe looking for danger, as you seem to be tonight? Where are you headed?
We heading back to Monster. You're happy to join us, so welcome to it. It ain't safe out here, Mr. Burgundy. I don't really like the idea of leaving you alone.
I understand, my friend. So Gregory always looking after the little man, as usual. But that is not where my path lies. I cannot find myself standing in town for too long, and currently I have a bit of a distaste for Morsden. Their way of keeping secrets and hiding things not very charitable, in my own opinion. I find it a bit distasteful.
That's fair, but this forest is literally filled with diseases, and you were literally just surrounded by a bunch of giant cats. You should probably be in a warded village.
It's a good point. A warded village. You know, Thistle's down to the south. They're quite warded. They have these men hiding in trees with bows in their hands and a large effigy to... Ooh, what was... A Shay! Maybe I'll go see a Shay for some time. Good idea, Luna.
That's a long ways away, Mr. Burgundy. You make that trip? Are you lonesome?
Skipping my
disease
step.
forest?
A disease forest. Oh, I could always avoid disease. I'm always too quick for it. Isn't that right, Clyde? Bit of pip in your step and a bit of lightning in your heel. You can always outrun the most dangerous of treachery.
I don't think you can outrun disease.
You just watch me.
I wish I could do something for you, Mr. Burgundy. It don't seem right to be letting yourself go, but also you'd be fine, won't you?
I always have. If you want to give me anything, it may just be your company for the evening until the sun comes. Share some of this wine with me, all of us.
No, that is your gift. I have plenty more. We can drink from that.
Oh, please, I insist. I love to share. It's my favorite flavor.
So be it.
Yeah, let me do this, Mr. Burgundy. If you stay with us during the night, I can at least send you off on a steed tomorrow. Get you a day's travel or so.
Awesome.
I won't be needing it. Yeah, he won't be staying with you for long. Last time we met, I think I've fallen in the better graces of the gods, and at least I can make you travel quicker. Maybe get you further away from this place, at the very least. Somewhere safer. It'd make me feel better.
That charitable soul you've grown into being, Gregory. All right, I'll take your bargain.
Thank you, Mr. Burgundy. I'll put my heart at ease.
Yeah. As Javen's just making random shape, experimenting with the pipe.
Yeah, it seems like you make any creature, and it even has a slight bit of animation as it flies through the air. You make objects, even little phenomena, like you make like a little, looks like a sort of billowing storm of fire come out as almost like the peaks of the smoke come up in these sharp points before they disperse. Like just about anything with this little pipe. Although you are breathing in a lot of smoke, which for you isn't too much of a problem.
17 con!
Ripping fat jewels. As you guys spend basically the rest of the remainder of this evening, some of you winding down from this somewhat intense fight, although short-lived, and some of you bandaging your wounds, maybe touching in some healing magic. Just sort of enjoying the evening with this small satyr sitting around a small campfire with you, with this glowing tree around you, and thankfully with Persephone's little bubble of protection, adding more of these glowing spores to the air, some of them even changing color to be red, gold, and green. Sort of rich and warming feeling. It's almost like you forget you're even in the Elder Bark at all.
I tell a story.
What story do you tell us?
I think I'll tell. Yep. As I start beating up everyone. It's an immersive story. It's an immersive story where I get to involve everyone in all the fights that I got into.
Good thing my
And then I punched the guy in the face like this! Like I broke his spine like this!
And I just twisted his head and snapped his neck like this.
I just snapped his neck!
Oh my god, Omen!
It was great. Fun time all around. No. I think I'll tell the story. How I met some lizard folk. And how we had a boxing contest. Because one of them had an abnormally large arm. And it turns out he was also a practitioner of the martial arts. We had a fun old time boxing each other, having a little fight. Of course, the winner, he was very pride heavy, but we agreed that it was a tie because usually in their village, might means right, and the victor becomes the chief. And Javen didn't want that responsibility. And he didn't want to step down, nor seem weak. So they called it a tie. But of course, he documents the entire adventure. Obviously, it's totally not overly, glorified. Because there's totally massive fucking crocodile. At least 7 of them in a swamp, as Javen takes them all at once. 7 massive crocodiles at once. Javen, easy clap. He just takes one and he smacks the other ones with it. Lots of fun all around. Telling his adventure, using the pipe to tell about it. Showing as you see miniature Javen swinging around as crocodile, beating up other crocodiles. It's great. See, he just gets to explain it with the pipe.
Roll me a D100, Javen.
D.
Good shit. Second. Nice. It's a pretty enrapturing story, especially with your little smoke show giving way to basically illustrating your words. So those maybe not too keen on just simply following the words of a Dragonborn can see this little theater of mist and vapor sort of forming and swirling. These images of massive reptiles being punched and thrown and tossed around easily by the dragon. And it seems like the last couple hours of the evening, as the sun slowly begins to rise, comes with good tidings, warmth, and just a sense of togetherness, festivity. As soon the sun rises, sort of soft lights around you, Persephone, beginning to flicker and fade. Seems like morning has come.
The eagles are long gone.
Oh yeah, the eagles stuck around for the story, but soon they just sort of dispersed in like this little breeze of wind and leaves and other foliage and debris.
Leaves just blowing in their presence, or where they once stood.
Create bonfire, not conjure bonfire. I'm stupid.
As it seems like enraptured by Javen's story, just sort of enjoying the presence of Mr. Burgundy, you guys feel like you should have gotten some sleep. Some of you still needed some hours, but just simply being around him, enjoying his warmth, hearing this Javen's tale, and listening to this small man laugh and guffaw, and just having this little festival together, you guys find morning coming, but you're not tired anymore. You guys all benefit from a long rest. Well, that did not take much time. I guess time always flies when you're having a good time with friends.
Being a little bit wrapped up in all of it until I almost seemed to snap back to reality for a little bit and realize, oh hell, I need to get this ready, as I'm gonna sort of just turn around, look off into the dark, close my eyes, and start to say my prayers a little bit, and try to focus my energies back on preparing the gifts of the gods that I'm going to be needing the next day or so. And also in doing so, start trying to find that connection. Nero forced away, but I know, strangely enough, he's out there somewhere. I just need to find him again. And hopefully, through my prayers, he'll hear me. As I'm going to start casting me some Fine Steed.
Okay. Anyone else want to be ritual casting or shifting your spells around or spend some time for the next 10 minutes?
Yes, I prepare my other spells that I don't get.
Oh, cool.
I just take a moment and just kind of, it seems like Samantha just kind of closes her eyes and like her snakes just seem to go at rest. And it seems like she's just going to take some time to attune to this emerald shard, find that pull, that little just speck of extra magic, and like anything that is now hers, fully wrap her hands around it.
Mm-hmm. Is that this thing seems to be connected to your scepter, just like this, the mouth of your snake is holding on to it, just keeping it locked in place. And as you're feeling this thing out, it almost seems like the connection was made the moment this thing clasped its teeth on, as if it were just a part of it brought back together. No real need to feel out and extend your own personality or soul or life force into it and draw its own. It's like the moment this thing clasped on with its teeth, it was yours, like it was always meant to be. But just feeling out the energy, yeah. It feels like if you really focus on it, sharpen your mind, and sort of reach out, maybe straining yourself to some way, you could pull out some magic from within this object, from within the scepter itself. But it'd be a bit of a strain. Magics that maybe, though simple, might be normally out of your own reach.
Just she'll try to get a feel for what that sensation feels like, try to acclimate herself to it, as I will just narratively attune to it, since I'm already attuned to it.
Oh yeah.
And I need time to continue putting all of these spells on my spell list. So that's what I'm doing. None of these are in the fucking compendium.
Welcome to my world, when I have to add some spells.
Okay.
I'll open this new notebook I got, and I guess I'll test it. I'll write, who is the source of the gray bite? My ink pen, and then close the book in, and I'll just wait an hour.
Yeah. You write something down, you see your words, you give it a moment to see what it does, and then, it just holds the ink of your words on its pages, and okay, whatever. Give it a shot, and give it some time.
I got a question, Mr. God.
Absolutely.
Nero was forced away from this world through violence, conflict. Did his saddle go with him, or did his saddle drop to the ground?
I'm gonna say his saddle went with him.
All right.
We'd have to go all the way back, get the saddle, carry the saddle back with us.
Nope, it's gone. It's dead to the world.
Yep. I'd say, yeah. And it's just as magical as he appeared and disappeared. It wasn't too much of a stretch that what he was wearing and carrying on him, things that maybe weren't too unique or artifact or otherworldly, would go with him. Things that had enough of time to basically become almost part of him. Yeah, if there's nothing else, then eventually, Gregory, you're feeling out connection to your horse, and something finally gives way.
Yeah, I feel this connection a bit away from me, as I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds, as I just sort of gingerly hop down from the little ledge and just walk out just to the tree line, as just trying to follow this feeling. It's basically like that feeling when he's around. This strange connection where I can almost feel his emotions and almost thoughts, but they're closer to basically understanding a child that can't speak. A mother that hears the crying of a baby and knows that it's hungry more than, soiled itself. The almost instinct of knowing what it wants, or what it wants to tell me without real words being shared. And I just follow that feeling to the point where I find a small warm spot in the air, and I just reach up, and I feel like I touch something solid. And then from the palm of my hand, light begins to merge, as it just starts to spread out slowly out of my hand, as you see the top of the horse's head start to form and spreading across all the way to its hindquarters until Nero reforms in front of me, as I just pat its snout. Oh, Nero, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. I got a job for you, though. Miss Burgundy's back. I don't know if I told you about it. Come on now. As I lead him back to camp.
Certainly
Like a
not you.
fireball.
Certainly enough, you feel the warmth of Nero, and you guide him back. These glowing lights, though, as it seems like the sun's starting to rise, these soft glowing lights, sort of acting as a beacon for where your camp is, also seem to be sort of losing their luster. Easy to tell by you with your dependence on such light. It's almost like as the sun begins to rise, these colors, this dim glow is fading as well.
All right, y'all. Look who's back.
Oh, my. That's certainly a beautiful steed. Look at him.
Thank you, Mr. Burgundy. This is Nero. Sort of like to say answer to my prayers. But he's a fine steed. He'd certainly get you where you need to go. Well, say about a day or so. Then I'll have to ask him to come back to my side. But at least it should be enough to get you far away from this place. And don't worry, he don't get tired, so don't be afraid to run him hard.
I wouldn't dream of pushing this beautiful animal too hard through this forest. I mean, look at those hooves. It could be quite painful to be trekking through this territory on such beautiful carved hooves. Look at you. You're almost otherworldly. Sorry, I can't take my eyes off of him. Oh,
That's
Gregory,
all right.
you're so
It
kind.
won't hurt him, no.
Carefully steps up and tries to mount on top of him.
Oh, look at that.
Sort of sits on him backwards for, hold on a moment, this isn't right, as he flips one hooved leg over and slips to the other side, and finds himself rightly mounted on this creature.
Well then, Nero, I suppose we're going to be new friends, as he reaches up and starts stroking down his mane.
Oh, again, I want to thank all of you. Not only for saving my life, but for
Giving me such a warm end to this dark and gloomy night. You say there's a sickness in this forest, a disease of sorts. Is that why you're here?
Yeah. Sort of look up purse.
There's something that's been spreading through the forest, infecting any living creature. It strips it of its life until it's something unrecognizable. We're hoping to stop it.
Sounds like a source of great evil, which might explain why there's so many twisted, otherworldly things popping up here. While the Fae and the Prime blend together, is usually always some sort of discontent being formed and something pulling its way out of the darkness. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't seen any meanlocks recently. Terrible thing. But I'm certain, all of you, with your warm heart, I can see a spark of heroism, maybe in each and every one of you, including you, Luna. I see you over there trying to hide behind Samantha. I'm certain you will be successful in your endeavors as long as you stick together, watch each other's backs, and fight and act for one another, for yourself.
Thanks you for everything, Mr. Burgundy. From what you did before and what gifts you're giving us now. We'll see you again, right, Mr. Burgundy?
Oh, we will always cross paths. My journey is a wide and winding web of roads. I always cross paths with someone once or twice, maybe a few hundred times, depending on how long they live and how adventurous they are. You keep that spark in your heart, and you keep yourself well-traveled, Greg. I'm certain we will see each other many times.
All right, I'll do that. Be well, Mr. Burgundy.
Oh, and say hello for the kids for me. I don't have any gifts for them now, but next time I show up in Oakwell, I'll be certain to give them something they may want. I'm certain a little young man may love himself a sword.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. I already got him a sword.
Luna, I'm so proud of you. So generous. Oh, little...
Silent moonlight.
Oh, Clyde. Oh, Clyde. Always Always with the jokes and the quick wit. Well, I'm afraid I'm off. To another day, then, as he sort of waves you off and begins to trot away.
Avant regard you, Mr. Burgundy.
And
You
may
will
she
keep
watch
him
over
safe.
you. Just sort of snorts and make their way down this path. Eventually, he leaves your sights. You can just hear him sort of humming a merry tune as every step he takes is a little jingling sound coming with his clothing. Maybe off in the distance, when he's finally gone, you can hear the soft playing of what sounds like maybe pipes, maybe not quite wooden, more almost metallic, as he seems to be playing some sort of song, leaving something cheerful and exciting, fit for Mr. Burgundy.
As Nero drops him on the ground and stomps him to death.
Oh my god.
Prank successful.
So you guys are left on your own as one by one these lights begin to fade in this tree until just you find yourself just standing in the middle of this slowly lighting but still somewhat dark forest morning.
Sort of, as he drifts off into the darkness, I just sort of shake my head like coming out of a that was we should get back to the horses, right?
Who the fuck was that?
I thought we rode the horses here.
I think the horses
I
are like
rode my
nearby.
horses.
It's the whole like someone drag your horses on. They're
Yeah,
nearby.
no, I got you. It's probably best that the horses weren't put in danger a second time.
I mean, he was I mean,
He's a
How do you know him?
Well,
Mac-
he was having tea with my teacher Arasov, and I was just listening in on a conversation they were having about how wonderful and also very dangerous and terrifying that the Fae could be, but still very beautiful and magnificent nonetheless.
wait, who was?
Mr. Burgundy.
Who?
Mr. Burgundy, he was just here. You gave him Nero.
Who?
So he could.
Hell, it's not them thing again, right?
Yeah, Samantha, you're Greg's talking so crazy right now. You're just talking to the well, it was what was his name? Who are you
Fuck
talking
making
to?
a whistle.
Who was that?
Are you saying there was someone else with us again, like back the other time with the scale wardens? I don't. Hell.
Wait, there was someone with us with the scaled wardens?
Oh, wait, we didn't tell you about the creepy, bald, blue-eyed guy that was, like, sleeping with us that we didn't notice?
But there was somebody sleeping with us?
There were footmarks. We didn't really see nothing, and
The fuck is with this tree, by the way?
Hey, you
Oh,
turn to
no.
the tree and it's just a tree. Wasn't it glowing? Were there lights? Now it's just bare.
Wait, so what? Did these? Like Samantha just kind of shakes her head, and so do all 6 snakes. It's like someone just did something awful in terms of smell. Like she's just trying to like wave the thoughts away, trying to clear her head. We weren't camped here, were we? Did these things attacked us in the night?
yeah, we heard them cats, and we came here and fucking came out.
I'm gonna.
Okay, clearly this forest is getting to us, and that's a fucking problem, so we should probably go.
Yeah, we should.
While the adults are talking,
Wait a
I'm gonna
minute,
open
though.
my amulet and see if I can bring about a face.
Yeah,
We were here to save someone.
Yeah. You came here to save you're trying to put a face together. It takes the form of like just some guy. Just some normal looking man with like maybe someone you've seen before? Someone from Oakwell? Just some normal looking guy? No. Who the fuck was here?
Who the fuck is Little Moonlight?
That doesn't sound like anyone I've ever met.
That's not a nickname you came up from Luna or something?
I guess don't smoke and drink.
Wait, where the fuck did you get a pipe?
I don't know.
Yeah, someone gave you a pipe.
Hadn't he always had that pipe?
No, you guys.
I got some fucking
I
whistle.
guess I did. Oh.
Yeah, it's strange. Like you guys all know that someone was here. You saved them. You talked to them. You don't really remember what exactly was being said. You remember some of the words, some of the specifics, but and then he gave you stuff. But trying to put a face or a name to that is just—it's not working, not clicking.
You know, people would always say how strange things would happen in the Elderbark. Maybe this is just one of those things.
Like them
Which
little.
one of you took my wineskin?
Look over at Javen.
He doesn't carry anything.
I look at
on him.
Javen as well.
He
You
doesn't.
smell like
It's
drink.
pretty obvious that the Dragonborn wearing only clothing doesn't actually have anything.
Like
He
a
has
whole
no
keg
place
of
to
ale.
conceal anything.
Didn't you have a whole
We
keg
like
of ale
look on the
carried
floor
around?
over by
I've
Javen.
always perceived you as like one of those fucking Saint Bernards, except you just have a whole keg on your back, like you're just a whole brewmaster.
Yeah,
for no
that's
reason.
that's literally the extent of his worldly possession.
Don't you have that with you? Where's my
It's
wineskin?
not that hard to strap a wineskin on a body.
What?
Is it underneath your clothes? Did you take my wineskin? I came here into the forest with 5, which I knew was just enough drink to get through getting here and potentially getting back, and I only have 4, and I don't lose things.
True. Mm.
Well,
Javen strips, and you see naked Dragonborn.
Lord.
Oh my god, look
Lord.
how thick it is! His tail is so thick!
I'm gonna get the
No,
horses.
the second tail.
Yeah, Purse, I'll help you. While they
There's a lot
Let's
less
try to
scales
strip.
than I expected. Okay, so I guess you didn't
I am a
take
dragon.
Could you please put your clothes back on?
Luna, did you take my wineskin?
I don't drink.
Really?
Wait, did you give it to that guy we rescued?
Why would I give it to some random fucking guy, Clyde? That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't
Maybe
make
you were feeling
sense. You didn't give
charitable.
anything away.
You know,
Feeling
Gregory, with all the
charitable, I
crazy stuff that
severely
happens
doubt
in
it.
the Elderbark, with all the crazy things that happen in the Elderbark, Gregory, I'm pretty sure that maybe some form of Fae probably came by and stole Samantha's wineskin. I mean, I one time woke up and Fae took all of my stuff one time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was like them little quick fellas that were
Yeah.
playing a prank on.
Yes, they play games. They like to take your things and send you on scavenger hunts, and they tell you if you can't find your stuff by sundown, then all your stuff is theirs, and then you go into a mad panic trying to find it, and it's a lot of fun.
I mean,
But maybe not for Samantha.
for whatever reason, I mean, I don't really feel bad about it. I don't know. I feel like I just had a good nap or something.
I would feel bad, but the liquid map also turns into drink for her, so it's not like she really lost anything.
Oh, well, I mean, I ain't gonna cry over no missing liquor.
So I look down at the whistle and I go, where the fuck did Persephone go?
Oh, is that you alright? What's going on? What the hell? Yo, Purse! Something's wrong, Purse!
Run it after. What's
There's
wrong?
nothing wrong with Persephone.
Purse, you alright, Purse?
Persephone just fetal on the ground, cupping her large elven ears in her hands.
Pouring out of the side.
Literally within a couple seconds, Javen's just right next to her. You're alright. What,
What was that? What was that?
What was what?
You're being attacked by something.
Purse just sort of doubled over all of a sudden. Purse, you alright?
No one else heard that!
Heard what?
I told you she's crazy.
The wind chimes
What's
all
this
over again.
book?
It's the wind
They
chimes all over
open the
again.
book.
It's the wind chimes all over again. I'm gonna keep going for the horses, and I just repeat that. It's the wind chimes.
This fucking whistle doesn't even fucking work.
Just look around at everybody, just
You know-
confused ass look on my face.
Where the
I
fuck
look at
is
Samantha.
Luna?
I think we found one skin.
The fucking Christ collide.
Yep, as looking for Samantha.
Persephone, I believe what you're experiencing is called a hangover.
Yeah, like immediately, Samantha, you're just trying to see what's going on, Persephone. All of a sudden, every snake is just going, like writhing and lashing out as this sudden loud sound just pierces into your ears, like someone's blowing a whistle right next to you.
So I whistled for Luna. I said, Luna.
Luna.
I said, where the fuck is Luna? This fucking whistle doesn't even work.
As Luna, you're sort of minding your own business, seeing everyone crowding around, Persephone just being crazy and dramatic as usual, before suddenly, oh god, those really sharp ears of yours that can pick up anything are really hearing something right now, and it's the worst sound.
Two party members deaf.
I don't really cry out. Well, my face just really contorts. Like I just take a knee. So everyone's over there, like just paying attention to Persephone and looking for a source.
Yeah, it seems to be coming from where your group is.
I think that asshole gave me a broken fucking whistle.
Oh, Clyde.
But I don't hear it.
Did you blow into it?
Yeah. I blew into it. And it's like, where the fuck is Persephone? And it didn't make any sound. Then I blew it into again, and I thought, where the fuck did Luna go? And it still didn't make any sound.
Why?
I see that.
See what?
The fucking whistle.
No, it's my whistle. Get your own
Could
whistle.
you stop blowing into the fucking whistle?
But it doesn't make any sound.
Stop blowing into it. Pretty sure it makes a sound. It really hurts. So if you blow into it again, I'm going to crush your tail.
Why would you crush my tail?
Why would you blow a whistle if you didn't know where somebody was?
Well, no, I was blowing the whistle, and then I thought, where are these people? Because they walked away.
What you thought?
Don't you ever think where people go?
A whistle just because someone's not around, though.
I
No,
also
let's see
didn't
if
walk
the whistle
away.
worked.
You all walked away.
As Samantha just gives a short two-tone whistle for Phobos to come.
All of you hear it.
I heard that
It's
whistle.
a simple whistle.
And I'm saying all of you hear it.
Well, this whistle doesn't fucking work.
As
Maybe you should throw it away then. Maybe it's a dog whistle.
Did Mitty do anything? He seems to just be sitting there happily.
Doesn't look like he did anything.
Yes, you do find your horses. They weren't parked too far away. They're just sort of... You guys sort of got off of them when Mitty was seemingly approaching this beacon of light. And you bought some things, and they weren't too far away. Just within reach. Just outside of Con. That's the real Christmas.
Yay!
Let's get out of this
Yay.
forest. As you see, like, Samantha's just, like, poring over Phobos' saddle, looking in every pack, looking in every space that she could possibly stash or attach something. What the fuck? It's not on here. The fucker we rescued must have stolen it.
Yeah, try smoking the pipe.
First, you mind if I take a ride, would you?
Was that Javen?
Appreciate it.
I tried to smoke the pipe without thinking about it, just trying to smoke it.
You sort of take a puff and exhale, and it just seems like this cloud of smoke before it sort of swirls out, and maybe like you're just looking off in the distance, seeing people gathering their horses, and almost seems you sort of mindlessly make the shape of a horse, its little legs running through the air before it fades away.
Sort of. Oh, I can't scrunch up my non-existent eyebrow. My Daikin scales that act as eyebrows. Just crinkle them up. Stow it away for later. Time and place for everything.
Yeah. You guys are getting back on your horses and trying to discern where you guys are. Thankfully, with Clyde, as usual, leading the way, able to keep you guys from getting lost.
Broken whistle. Can't even fucking hear this damn whistle. As I blow it, and I think about myself as I blow it because I can't hear it.
You blow it as hard as you can until you think about, maybe I just want to hear it. I just want to hear it. I want to be the one to hear this whistle, and you blow, and boom, oh my god, it's a sharp drill right in your own ears.
Ah!
Clyde, did you hear it too? Please tell me you heard it too.
I heard the fucking whistle!
Whistle?
The whistle!
What whistle?
This whistle! It's all like, like that!
That sounds awful. Why do you have that?
I don't know, that guy gave it to me.
Hey, Clyde.
What?
I can hold on to it, and when we get back to Boston, I'll make it into like a nice necklace, so then that way you won't have to worry about losing it.
I already got a nice necklace.
No, maybe you should worry about losing it.
That's my whistle.
I thought we're trying to get the fucking whistle.
You're trying to
Put it in
snatch it
my
from him?
pocket.
I want the whistle.
I just want to hold on to it.
Oh, Jesus, okay. Are you trying to whip it out of his hand? He's just putting it in his pocket?
No, I want to grab the whistle and take it.
No.
He's about 10 feet from me.
Yep. Give
That's
me
stealing Persephone.
Give me a deck save, Clyde. As you're trying to shove this thing in your pocket. Yeah, easily enough. Your hand's able to get in just in time.
What the fuck?
Yeah, as the
Did you just try to whip me?
Yeah, that's basically what it looks like. You get it in so quickly that the whip comes out just the last second, and you're not trying to aim for Clyde, so you pull back at the last second, but it cracks in the air right next to him.
I just wanted the fucking whistle, Clyde.
Wow, Persephone, you realize he has such a bad history with whipping, right? Right?
First you fucking make me go into the water, and then you try to whip me?
I'm just gonna ride on ahead of the group and just lead the way because I don't want to deal with this.
We gotta get the fuck out of these woods. It's making Persephone go crazy.
Okay.
I was knew Luna was my friend.
Yeah, hey Gregory, you just watched Persephone try to whip Clyde. Just an FYI, that's what you missed.
Oh, I kill her. Yeah.
Why'd you have to say it out of context like that? Gregory's on my fucking horse. He knows I was trying to get the damn whistle.
No, he doesn't. He just saw you whip at me.
As I shouted, give me the whistle.
Don't just whip people, demand things.
Give me the whistle! Give me the whistle!
What the hell is going on with this damn whistle?
I don't know. Everybody wants my fucking whistle.
Let the man have his whistle. It don't even do nothing.
So you're right, I'm gonna check the book.
Sure.
Perhaps people can hear this sharp whistle at random or something, Gregory. Clyde blew it I guess a third time, and he finally heard the noise himself. I don't know why Persephone tried to take it.
I think I just have to like think who I want to hear it, and then they hear it.
Maybe not blow on it so loud?
Luna. Roll me a D100.
Dun 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 dun.
Ooh, alright. As you see, as you open the book, your words are gone. But in replacing them are other words, sort of written in this harsh, kind of crude, cracked language. It's a language you can understand. It's simple common, but it looks like it was maybe written in the hand of someone that clearly can't write well, or maybe was in a hurried or not a good state. Sort of this little line, it's like a little limerick that speaks. On an island amidst the mist, there lies a hole in which one finds
A seed from elder time. A mistake once made, uncovered.
Okay. I don't have much context for that, so I'll just keep that in the back of my mind.
Using your moderately keen memory. And yeah, you guys continue off on your path with Clyde in the lead, easily making your way through the forest. It seems like in the daylight, though the fog still clouds your vision. From your experience of traveling in the Elder Bark under these conditions, it seems apparent that, at least during the daytime, it seems like the roads are at least at their safest. They're still eerie. There's still not much life around you. Only the sounds of insects and bugs, maybe the occasional small animal off in the distance, or the cry of some predator. Maybe being wounded by something far off beyond sight. But besides that, it's not too bad a trek. And with already a bit of a trek on your guys' side, and maybe just a little pep in your step, you guys make it back in the mid-evening to Mosstep. Turning to this small, humble village, horses in tow, and information in pocket.
About what time is it when we get back?
It's about 5 in the evening. Because again, it's about a day's travel, but you guys made some good distance on your horses. Travel wasn't too rough.
Out pretty early too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you did.
Do we want to try to go straight to the village master, or do we want to regroup at the inn? And like
Can you talk
get
to
down
Father
exactly what we
Winter?
want to do. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to talk to the father.
Alright, then he could be at the inn. I did also tell him that he should have a nice conversation with Dr. Faust. But he's probably most likely at the inn.
Yeah, this time of day, you probably check the inn.
Okay. You guys make your way through the village. As you're passing through, the evening's starting to set in, and just like when you first entered this place, you see you watch people slowly but surely heading back to their homes. Some children heading up towards the church, where seems like within had that chamber where you met the village master Elmon. Others simply return to their small shack. And yeah, you find the spirit's respite sitting and waiting for you. Though when you enter, you don't see Alma at this hour. Strangely enough, but you still have your... Do you even have your keys? You guys didn't pay for a room, you guys are gone. But you do search around, looking through doors, maybe knocking, looking for Father Winter. You remember at least the room he stayed in, Gregory. You probably saw him get in it. And yeah, certainly enough, you knock on the door and open it up, or try to open it up. Man will open it up from the other side, and you see Father Winter not dressed in his formal or like religious attire, just sort of a simple common clothes, like a cloth shirt with some dark pants and boots. Something you haven't really seen him wear in a long time. He always seems to wear his robes and his vestments whenever he's up and going around, especially on a diplomatic mission. But now you just sort of see a simple farm man open the door to greet you.
Oh, we're back.
It's good to see you safe and sound, son. So he reaches up and sort of gives you a pat on the shoulder. Come on, everyone. Take some rest in here. Not a lot of room. Yeah, tell me what happened out there. I've been kind of anxious to see you again.
Yeah, of course. Everything all right in town while we were gone?
For the most part, I've had some further words with Mr. Elmon, as it were. He was inviting enough to allow me to have another council with him. That I convince him against his already set ways, but to no avail. I promise I did so with less of a red face this time.
He was a difficult man, huh, Sam? If you don't mind, as I just sort of scoot past him into the room, I'm assuming we should probably talk in private this week. Come on, y'all.
Absolutely. Come on, y'all, in here. As he holds the door open and sort of motions for everyone else to follow in. And again, rooms aren't particularly big. Maybe it's enough to maybe fit everyone, like either like sitting on the bed or like up against the wall. Rooms aren't particularly large or accommodating. Just a bit bigger than what you have in the Fallen Horse.
Yeah, just shovel to the back of the room. Make sure enough room for her.
Yeah. And Samantha just shuffles over to a back corner, just kind of tucking herself in it. Nothing can be behind her, which is a very comforting feeling for her.
Well, I'm hoping y'all learned something from this travel. You didn't just come back with your lives, though I'm very grateful that you did.
Yeah, actually a bit of stroke of good luck. Sort of like a coincidence more than anything, but it's leading us more on a path. We found that ship Village Master was talking about, and sure enough, I think it easily lines up with what we were thinking. Stroma being an island and all, Cygnus had to get here one way or another, and I think that was it. Who got that journal?
I have it.
Moon has got a book of one of them creatures. Things that the Greybat took to haul away. Somewhere, thing was even past death. And it sort of chronicles what that ship was up to. And sure enough, after they went to Stroma, it turned sour for them. And once they got to land, I think most of them were already the things that we've been seeing.
Those poor souls.
Yeah. And, I mean, we need to talk to the village master and everything, see what the doctor knows, and see if they got any weapons to fight this thing. But, Father, I hate to do this. I know you didn't have any plans of staying or nothing, but this thing, there's something weird about it, and from what all we learned, it all come from Stroma. I don't think it's much use hunting down every animal and pull a soul that came in contact with this. I think we've all decided that we need to figure out where it came from and hope we learn how to stop it there. And that means going to Stroma. And I don't think we've got time to return to Oakwell.
Mentioning going to the island, which your words have definitely circled and pointed as being, well, the source of this evil. You can see Father Winter's expression just sort of go a bit pale, a bit shocked. Son, that's going to be some dangerous territory. You're walking right into the heart of all of it.
I know. But, I mean, who else? Seems like the village master ain't looking to stick his neck out to anything, and there ain't nobody else around here for miles. If we went back to Oakwell, try to talk to the church, I mean, how long you think that'd take to get people out here? Enough to do something about this. I don't really like the idea of diving into it myself, but the idea of sitting and waiting for everything to fall apart, well, I know we could do something, scares me even more.
I understand your drive, son. It's kind of what pulled me here to this village in the first place, even though we knew this place surrounded forest, all but damned. I understand.
Just can't get the idea of them kids, father in that cot, and they don't have them no more. I I don't want to see that anymore, Father.
It sounds like you already got your decision then. I don't think with those gifts that Avandra's given you, Greg, and that determination of yours, I don't think there's anyone in this damn village or anything in this damn forest that could stop you.
I hope not. But look, I know all this. It's dangerous, and I don't get me wrong. I ain't asking you to come along with us or nothing. I don't want to put you in that danger. I'm just saying. I also don't feel right sending you back to Oakwell by your lonesome or with the wardens here. If you would, I'd feel better if you stayed here for a bit. I could give you some coin to pay the rent for the room, and I don't think we should be too long.
I was thinking about what you said earlier when I thought Flock was calling me up for my final departure. This would be my end. You assured me otherwise. Maybe this is where Avandra wants me to be. There's a man in charge of this village who has a cold heart shielded. Doesn't see the kindness and the light that comes from helping others. Probably from something that scorned him a long time ago.
Oh shit, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Oh, hello.
Exactly.
Sometimes you
Perfect
gotta
time for a bathroom
pee.
break.
Okay, I think can you hear
A
me?
bathroom bake.
No, can't hear you. I can
A
see your
bathroom
line
break.
on, but I can't hear you.
Making urinal cakes.
Omen, please.
Yes! Yes! Thank you, Omen.
Hello?
Oh?
We talk. I'm getting a mighty hankering. Thank God I had some stew waiting here for when I got back. So I'm gonna go warm that up by the fire,
Hello?
the microwave fire.
Nope, no sound.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they call it microwaves, like the little small waves in the
Yeah,
fire.
I
don't know
noticed
how-
that, Greg. They have these little boxes made of crystals, and
Hello?
No sound. It looks like you're muted indefinitely. No sound.
How am I hearing myself?
Oh, I hear you now.
I can hear him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was weird. Let me make sure it's going through Discord still. Alright, good. You guys say something?
Something, something, and something.
Penis.
Oh, you guys are encouraging.
Well played.
Oh, you all are grounded.
Why?
You know what you did.
Yeah. Success.
Are we still streaming? Are we still broadcasting?
Yeah, we're still
believe so, yeah.
going through.
Okay. Making sure, yeah. Take a little bit of a break as we're getting things back together.
Yeah,
Waiting
before
for
you
Donna.
say something totally regrettable live with a hot mic. Stage manager's worst nightmare.
maybe I just want to make sure everyone knows and hears me say that I hope they're having a happy holiday week and their Christmas will be merry. Jingle, jingle, jingle.
Jingle
Or whatever
jangle.
holiday they choose to celebrate.
They can celebrate Christmas like the good Christian God intended.
I'm gonna have so much fun with my little present from Mr. Burgundy.
All right.
It's so fucking great. I was brought to real tears, which isn't actually hard because it's me, but I think I've cried like 5 times in this whole campaign.
Can't play D&D without crying.
No, and I'm a very sentimentally driven, emotional kind of person.
Do. Hey, John,
Mm-hmm.
give me an ad.
An ad?
Yeah, advertise.
Hello, fellow D&D players. Have you ever thought to yourself, hey, self, what the heck should I do on Tuesday night on New Year's Day? Well, let me tell you what you can do. You can come on down to Lionhead Gaming and watch yourself some Kingdoms of the South with our angsty group of folks, Katie, who likes to just beat the shit out of people, and Milo, who just quite isn't sure what to do now that he's found yet another princess. Come on down to Kingdoms of the South. It's a rootin' tootin' good time.
Good shit. Give yourself some.
You guys are the
No, I
best.
can't. And that's some good looking stew you got there.
Yeah, what kind of stew is that, Brendan?
A very liquid diet stew.
Oh, are you also juicing? I'm also on the juice diet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll just
Ew.
sip, but
Stew
no,
juice.
the stew is still in the weird microwave fire. It takes a bit.
Oh, damn it, Greg, it's on fire again.
Did you just bring like a
What?
whole bottle of Stella over?
I keep
Yeah.
hearing it.
Oh,
Oh, it's beeping. The fire's beeping.
how the heck? What the hell do you mean the fire's beeping? The hell kind of wood did you put in it?
Magic wood.
Magic? What
Yeah, all
the
these
fuck would you
damn-
burn magic wood for?
Well, using wonderful elvish magic technology, we've learned how to reheat our food without campfire.
Why don't you just be like a normal person? Just use normal campfire.
Because sometimes you don't want to use fire because the elves live in the middle of the forest, Clyde. We try to avoid fire sometimes.
I wonder if I can use a snake to make
Just sounds like
fire.
they're bad at fire management then.
Make a tiny little snake that just explodes.
You know, magic. These weird microwave fires they don't heat very well.
Mm-mm.
I heard like they kind of heat the outside of the things, but not always the center of them.
Yeah, I
Work in
had to
progress.
stir up the stew because like the top was hot, but everything else is cold. Weird.
Clearly, Greg, this is some sort of heathen magic. We gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm
Elvish
just
magic
going
isn't
ahead and
heathen
spite the
magic.
whole damn place just to
I'm
be.
pretty sure all elven magic is heathen magic. Wait, what did that crazy guy give you, Persephone?
A mirror.
Of what? Why?
Is everyone back?
I'm back.
Click, 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 click. Reeling us back in. Click, 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 click.
We fixed the stream and everything.
Everything seems to be a-okay on this end. The last thing we have, according to records, was something Father Winter was saying. Something about, I feel like my purpose is here, or something, blah, 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 and then it cut.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was about the last night. Yeah, we talked to the doctor, and I mean, he's got his ways, but he seemed sort of surprised on what personnel were able to do. So, I mean, maybe you could help him also with all this. Maybe with the teachings of the gods, he could do something even greater. He's a smart man, Father Winter. Although,
Kind of
a little
stubborn.
strange, yeah.
Makes sense, I suppose. Everything I heard about this man is that what he does, he seldom uses magic. Makes sense that he doesn't quite understand the use of the art given by the gods, but maybe if I share some knowledge, some of the ways that the spirit can resolve the illnesses and diseases and other afflictions that may affect a person. Maybe I can help broaden his understanding of this plague.
Yeah.
Just be careful. You can't really share much of what he knows.
Oh, you just trade it.
Well, yeah, but the village master doesn't want him to really trade some information, so we need to get those permissions first.
Yeah. Father Wonder, you've been speaking to the village master, right? You think it'd be proper to go see him now? Should we wait for the money?
Well, I've been having him as company the last day or so since you've been gone every morning. I already have him scheduled to see you in the morning for another talk. He doesn't seem to enjoy my home company, maybe because I guess we've been butting heads every time we talk. Takes quite a bit of willpower to keep myself from getting red in the face, but he's been accommodating and willing to listen at least every time. You guys can accompany me tomorrow and share your peace, I suppose.
All right then. I guess I'll see to getting us some rooms for the night then.
Father Winter, sorry, I kind of have a bit of a headache, but if my recollection of what Gregory was saying is accurate, I know we'll be leaving you here in town for a while, but wouldn't be too much trouble. Could you make sure to allow us some time to get back over here from that island? There are parties that want to make sure we're the ones that get you back home safely, and I feel like we're the best hands to do so anyway, so...
I understand, yeah. You don't live in Oakwell for, God, now 30 years without realizing everyone wants some coin in the long run. Everyone's willing to extend a helping hand just for a little bit of payment. We're all here on a good reason, and I left with y'all. I ain't returning without y'all.
I'm glad to hear it.
Could you at least check on our horses while we're gone?
Absolutely, yeah. I know a thing or two about tending to animals. I haven't done it too often in quite some time.
Yeah. We'll talk to the village master in the morning. Ran into some of the scale wardens out there. He's losing people, even if he thinks he's safe or not. And we'll try to let him know what he's facing. Just hope he'll take the words and be able to keep this place safe while we're gone.
Okay. And with that, doesn't take too much time. Eventually, some of you hanging around in the lobby, you'll see a familiar-looking furbolg walking in, though she doesn't quite walk in normally. She seems to take these long, slow strides with stretching legs, sort of walk and do a really slow cartwheel as if she's trying to stretch and just move through the area acrobatically. And
It's a damn Sam Squanch.
eventually, once she recognizes there's people in here waiting for business, she'd easily give you guys another night of room.
How much do I owe her?
How much do you what?
How much do I owe her?
Depends what you want. Let's see what I have here. I want to say it was gold piece a night.
1,000 gold pieces an hour.
Springs, are they only cold?
Yeah.
It's the only way how did she talk? It's the only way these springs come naturally, my friend. Risen from the earth. The earth it is now quite cold. Come back later in the summer, they may be warm and bubbly. But for now...
Oh, that sounds exciting.
There's no way to put a fire underneath them or some hot stones or anything?
Well, you would be hard-pressed to put a fire beneath the water. It's in the ground, my friend. But if you can be clever and find a way, perhaps you can. As long as you not burn my inn down. I quite like it very much.
I like it too. Samantha, don't be too picky.
Just
Almost
like
very-
wrap Persephone on the back of the head with my hand.
So I
Roll
think
damage.
I think Father
Knocked him out.
I think
Knock
Father
him
Win
out.
is going to be staying in town a bit, but I think he's got the funds to do so. I guess we need the room for the 6 of us, just for the night. You said a goal for all of us?
A gold person, a gold piece each. Unless you do not wish to take part in the springs, in which case it would only be 50 silver, or 5 silver. Sorry, the conversion rate of this place is confusing, this Mobia.
I'll pay for the rooms if one of y'all want to take a bath. I'll leave the silver to you. Pay for your own stay in the baths. I probably won't. Hell, I probably should.
You should, Gregory.
Yeah, all right. I'll give you 6 silver for the rooms and just the bath for myself.
Well, alrighty then, she takes your money and...
I'll compare 5 for the bath as well.
Oh, look, participants, so...
Yeah,
It always warms
same.
my heart.
Bath.
1 silver for a bath, and I got everybody's rooms.
Silver for a bath.
Five silver for a bath.
Basically, it's 1 gold if you want a bed and a bath, but if you just want to get a room, no bath.
Oh, per
5 silver.
person?
It's
Yeah,
10
per
platinum
person.
if you want a bed, bath, and a beyond, but that's not in this town.
Yeah, gold piece.
Look, y'all, I'm sorry. I ain't got the coin to pay for everybody.
I'll pay for my
I'll
own
pay for
room.
my own.
People start reaching out, pulling out their treasures, just piling gold on the table.
I think we're pretty flush, Gregory. I think we can take care of things.
It's okay for
All
5
right.
silver.
Well, I mean, I can get myself.
It's just a gold piece.
I'm running show.
Yeah, I'll pay for Gregory too.
No, don't do that.
I already
He
give the
already paid for
gold.
himself. It's gone. You can't do it. Sorry.
Just buy him another night.
For the Winter's tab.
Oh, I got a question too. I left some stew back here to get heated up. Is it done yet? It's been like 20 minutes.
What do you mean done? What are you doing with food in the room?
Heated. Look, I'll go check on it. It's
Are
fine.
you
I'm sorry.
putting
No, it's
food
fine.
in? Are you putting food in the healing and the heating crystals? That's not for cooking. That is for keeping you warm in the night.
Oh,
Why
all
are you
right
moving?
then. Sorry.
Gregory, why
But sometimes someone's got to eat, Persephone. It's
But if you
fine.
don't know what a crystal does, you need to ask.
He put the stew in the heating crystal. It probably smells in there. It probably smells pretty good in there.
Fish stew.
Ooh, it do not smell too good then. I will have to charge him extra for the smell.
Oh, silly Gregory.
You wouldn't happen to have any more of that tea, would you, Alma?
Tea, I have plenty of tea. What kind of tea do you want?
That's a good question.
You gave me was quite refreshing.
Oh, a girl wants a warm bath and a cold tea. I understand. Yes, the frost kettle tea is quite a popular choice here in most den. But we also have Lovely's tea, we have Dragon Snap, and we have Kokatu tea. So, that is for a very acquired taste. She gives Persephone in particular a little wink, if you know what I mean.
I'll try it.
Oh, a brave soul, yeah. All right then. That would cost you 5 silver pieces.
Okay. I
And
cop
she
it
goes
over.
behind the counter, and you can see her pulling out these long, thin white leaves and putting them in sort of like a pestle and grinding up until it's a powder. And she spends some time. You actually see her like getting this water boiling and hot until she pours it over and sort of filters out this liquid until it comes out as like this milky white liquid in a cup. It looks like tea. It smells like tea, although kind of has this sort of metallic scent to it. There you go. I would advise to drink it slowly. Have you ever had the Kokatu tea?
No, I don't think so.
Then I would very much advise drinking it slowly.
Okay.
Too much, and it may be too much for you, young girl.
Okay.
It's like I go to take a quick sip and then I stop myself. It's like slowly. Okay.
It's not a fish stew. You lied to me, woman.
It was a fish stew. I remember hearing it was a fish stew. I'm sorry.
I say you're taking little sips of this thing. It's
Yes.
honestly, you didn't see any milk being poured into this thing. You didn't see any like cream, but it tastes like it's like cream tea. Like it's really soft and velvety and kind of this naturally sweet flavor that kind of builds and builds and builds. And roll me a con save.
Oof.
As everything just becomes so detailed and like, colors of everything around you begin to bloom, saturation rising, the soft light maybe glinting off a crystal becomes this beacon, and everything is just beautiful. You're about almost losing yourself in these sights, but you kind of keep your composure. You're not quite loopy, you're maintaining your sense, but you're still everything just looks prettier when you're looking around.
Mama, did I ever tell you I think your inn is probably one of the most beautiful places that I've seen since leaving Illyria?
Why, thank you, and you're from
What?
Illyria. That makes sense. Of course with the little ears poking up. I knew you would like to go kaku tea. Of course all elves love to go kaku tea.
I'm just gonna sit very happily in my chair.
Look at her, she's lost in the colors. Oh,
What
that's
the fuck
definitely
is
a
in the tea?
What kokaktu? Would you like to try some, Mr. Catman?
Like, look at her, no.
Clyde, it's like you're in a totally different world.
Yeah, you look over at Clyde, and you can just see the white of his fur, normally gray with like a bit of like mattering and brown, is like glowing like snow on a nice, sunny, snowy day. And the brown almost seems to form like the soft chocolate haze around him. He looks so petable. But you compose yourself. You're not giving in to these little feelings, these urges. You're just sort of experiencing the most superficial form of it.
Clyde, you look like a wonderful mountain on a winter's evening.
What the fuck is in the fucking tea?
Roll your safety whistle.
Magic!
Oh my god. Stop drinking the tea!
It's my tea!
I'm going to go take a bath. Are we seeing the elf in the morning?
Yes, we should.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have any food here?
Not much in way of food, though we do have some nice warm bread. Pairs nicely with that tea.
I'll just have the bread.
Okay, just normal bread, nothing special, nothing fun. Alright then, that's perfectly understandable. As she basically comes out with a already cooked loaf of bread. It looks like this thing's been salted and like buttered when it was baked, so it has a nice glaze on it, but part of the glaze, it looks like some of the salt has built up in these sharp little crystals. It almost looks like crystals are growing on top of the bread, but it's salt. She hands over this dark bread to you.
I'm gonna scrape off the fucking crystals.
I'm gonna go to the bath also, just staring at everything. So shiny and so pretty. Everything's so colorful. I feel like I'm skipping among the fae.
Into like these like cool baths, and really kind of wanting one that's a lot warmer. Samantha tries at first to just try to do a few casts of prestidigitation, trying to warm up this water, but it's a lot of water, I assume.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. It's a little bit warmer, but it's not nearly warm enough. Okay, let's but you can feel the strain of trying to have more than maybe about 3 sources of warmth going at a time, and God, can't we just? She just kind of looks at her scepter and kind of looks at this spring, trying to see if there's any sort of like gap underneath the stone or anything any way to get underneath the water at all, if it just like looks like just like a well?
These things seem like they're naturally made. There's no real like lining of stone. It's like just it looks like you hit a point where the earth becomes a bit tougher, and it looks like it's been matted down and maybe lined with some moss so that it seals itself nicely. And it seems like water is in a way constantly flowing in and out of these springs, which sort of gives them this bubbling appearance. Like it looks like a nice, like warm, moving, bubbling spring, but it's not warm, cold. If you want to get underneath it, it'd basically be like getting underneath hard earth. So you have to do some digging.
Well, just feeling frustrated with an inability to get what it is she wants. She just keeps trying to pull on this magic. There has to be something that she can do, and then fuck it, just burn. And she taps into this strange little bit of extra magic, something she didn't think she could do. Just her frustration fueling her effort. Going to most likely futilely try to cast Create Bonfire out of the spring.
Okay. Make, what is it, an intelligence check? Saving throw?
Is it like one giant like spring, like a shared spring, or is it like a private?
It's like there's individual they're like individual little like basins in the ground. Each person sort of sits in their own.
Gotcha.
An Arcana check.
As all the methane gas explodes.
Now, as you're reaching out, you just want this thing to burn. There's no real course or direction or really any like control over this thing that you normally have with your spells. You just want something to happen. You just want it. And something primal in you, something that's always been there, not so much anymore. That ability to just want something and make it there because you want it. Kind of comes back, although in a minor, weaker form. As within the water, you can see the earth sort of coalesce into this hard ball that begins to glow red. And though there's no fire being formed, you can see this red-hot earth begin to rise out of the ground, and the water begins to boil after a few moments, a bit more vigorously. There's no flame, but when you reach down and touch the water, keeping your mind to keep this heat burning, it goes from that icy cold feeling to piping hot, actually.
And she just gives it a few moments and then just slips inside.
Yeah, sure enough, with just force of will, you turn this icy bath into a warm, bubbling bath, and it's so nice and warm, and just relax in it until a minute passes. As the concentration would eventually break after a minute.
That's how thermodynamics works in your world. Come on, tell me it
considering
instantly
magic
becomes
works.
cold. Tell me it instantly becomes cold. Oh,
It's not instantly the same degree, but it just washes up. Like, yeah, it's nice and warm, and then the heat source is gone. And after you're just sort of enjoying it for a moment, it becomes noticeably colder, which to you would be very cold. And then it becomes noticeably colder from there, as this water continues to flow and move through this. And it's like, yep, you're sitting in a nice warm bath that's quickly turning into ice. Affecting your somewhat reptilian blood, going from warmth to extreme cold. Not a pleasant feeling.
Dead on the spot.
Yep, you died.
And she just triple cast prestidigitation to try to stave off the iciness of it, but it won't be anywhere
You
near
bring it to
satisfying.
lukewarmth, basically. Yeah. Nah. Still cold compared to what you have. It's almost like you tasted the good, and now you have mediocre, and yeah, it's not the same, but it's better than it was. And with that magic focusing, take a nice lukewarm bath. Okay.
Anything else you guys want to do? The evening would go on. Father Winter just sort of enjoying you guys' company, hanging out with Greg, and probably Persephone, unless she's off just exploring Moss Den in her current delirious state.
Persephone leaving the inn would not be a wise idea.
But eventually, morning would find you guys.
Greg's gonna have a stew, and before he goes to bed, though, he's gonna take out his armor and his smithing tools. He's gonna get to work for about an hour or so, getting everything back reattached to where it's supposed to be, reconnecting the little links that seem to disconnect when things sort of falls into place. Fixing up his armor.
Greg, give me a smith check. With, I'll say wisdom in this case.
Ooh.
Yep, you've put this thing back together. It seems like it was meant to fall apart. Well, the stone hands know you, and they know that when you throw yourself into danger, you sometimes come back with cuts and bruises, so they know you're going to take a few hits. And so you're pulling this thing back together, putting these basically sheets of scales back on basically these little hooks where they connect. And you can't help but notice that the straps that make up the main harness of this armor, and you're sort of pulling them back into shape, making sure that they're going to fit on your body properly. Some parts begin to strain a bit more. You see the leather beginning to wear. You can see edges of it beginning to fray. This thing has been serving you for quite some time, Greg, but unless you take this back and get some decent repairs, eventually this mechanism, this harness may stop working as intended.
Hell. Sorry, Dorman. I'm running hard. Alright. Just hold on for a little bit longer. Just a little. I'll fix it up the best I can.
Mm-hmm. Bring it up to pretty good condition with the armor basically all back together. From the outside, you wouldn't be able to tell that this thing has any really wear and tear, save for like some of the broken, scratched, or otherwise maimed scales. But yeah, otherwise it looks like pretty good condition. There's something sticking in the back of your mind. Because yeah, morning comes to you guys, and Father Winter is one of the earliest. What? You want to do something? Luna?
Wait a minute. I shouldn't have this advantage. I was going to look at this book and just remember the warning to not write too many questions on the same day. And I really want to find out what happens.
The world implodes, everybody dies.
So I do it.
So you do it?
Yep, it's a terrible decision, but I would do it. I mean, right. Why can't I write more than one question in you a day?
And you write down your question. As you're opening up the book to looking for a page to write on, you see the warning that was written, at least some of it. It looks like the ink is actually beginning to fade off the page. You can still see, it looks weird because it looks like there's an imprint from the other side of the page where it looks like someone had written on it and indented it. But you turn the page and look, there's nothing there. And it looks like from the side you can see it, it's now beginning to fade away. So you turn to a new page, write your question, or maybe right below it or whatever, and give it an hour or so, relaxing, just enjoying being back in a town, not out in the woods. Roll me a D100. After an hour, you open up the page and you don't see the question you wrote. And now the question above it, or behind it, wherever you wrote the other one, is now completely faded, as you just have an empty journal.
Clearly nothing bad will ever happen, so I'm just going to do that every day. And I go to bed.
Okay.
Oh god, Luna.
What's that gonna happen? You die?
No.
She could get Tom riddled.
Everybody else dies.
It just sounds like we get to make.
But do I still live?
characters.
I mean, if everyone else dies, then that's probably not that bad.
Actually, everybody turns into Clyde.
Yeah, I kill myself.
I see that.
That's,
Yep.
That's
Got
hell. Actual hell.
Got him!
As morning comes to Moss Den, among many of you who are early risers, Father Winter is one of them. He's this time putting on his vestments, actually trying to make himself look more presentable than he did the other day. And he's
eager to get going, sort of guiding you guys out of the inn or wherever you may be staying, holding up for the night, and guiding you towards this large building. The what do I have a name for you? The Athenaeum. With this church to Ioun that also functions as something of the village master's warden. Again, he leads you inside. You can see statues of, looks like scholars. One of them a bald-headed creature with an eye implanted on its forehead. A depiction of Ioun. And walking around this thing, you see it looks like a staircase leading downward. Eventually spiraling around, looks like some sort of pillar before widening out. As you guys once again go underground, find yourselves approaching council chamber of Village Master Elmon.
Is Father Winter with us?
He's with you. He's the one who scheduled the meeting. He's been meeting with this guy for last day. Plan on talking to him every day.
As we're going down, I'm gonna try to grab Gregory by the arm and like pull him towards the back of the group. just really like slow my pace down, and hopefully he follows suit.
What's going on, person?
I have a couple of hunches about Chief Master Alman, and I was wondering if, well, you know how you can use your gift to see things that maybe other people can't see? I was wondering if you could use that on him and see if you notice anything strange.
Yeah, I can do that. You think there's something wrong with it?
Well, when we last saw him, I couldn't help but notice that he looked really sick, and his hands looked really scrawny and bony. And I've been thinking about it ever since, but I don't really want to stir anybody. I don't want to cause a panic, but if he's sick with what I think he is, it could answer a couple questions that I might have and explain why he's been keeping the doctor so secretive.
Yeah, I'll do that. And I know y'all wanted to some sort of keep things back. I don't really know what y'all are planning, so I was actually gonna ask, could you and Samantha sort of take the lead on this? I feel like I'm gonna end up saying too much. I sort of get to rambling.
I was gonna follow Samantha's lead because I don't like keeping secrets either, but I also know how not to talk.
Really?
If I don't need to.
Really?
What? What's everybody talking about?
It's different! This specific situation is very different than all the other situations that we've been in.
Yeah, alright. I guess we'll leave with Samantha then.
So we're going to ask him for him to let the doctor tell us all he knows, right? Or is there something else that we should ask for?
I think that's the gist of it. I mean, unless he got something else that we need to know, like how they're warding this place or something. I don't know.
Oh, correctly. We were going to also. Whoa. Also,
Come rats.
Are you alright? Wait, did you get a fireball?
Damn it, Lefty! Are you eating rats when I'm sleeping again?
Yeah, were these damn cats like all up in your room while you were sleeping too? They were fucking everywhere. I don't know what the hell. They kept jumping on me.
Greg's just holding one.
Fucking, there's one right here. Look, it's just on me. I didn't even notice it. It was just here.
Put him down, he just jumps right back in your hands, doesn't he?
Must have been the fish stew smell.
Wait, do we want me to do all the talking in there?
No.
That's a good idea. I would recommend it.
Clyde, you should probably stand at the very back.
I bailed your asses out last time.
Yeah, honestly, you proposed something that was rather obvious.
And it was a good idea, and we followed through with that good idea.
To be completely
No,
fair, I was the first person to ask him what he wanted.
So wait, what's the goal again? What are we trying to get out of this?
I was thinking in exchange for the journal, he makes sure that he allows Dr. Faust to tell us everything that he knows. So that way we can ask as many questions, share as much knowledge, and we wouldn't have to worry about anything being hidden.
Well, I would maybe, suggest everything he knows about the Grey Bite. Because maybe, everything that he knows, this guy might think that that's too much information.
You did take down the information in the journal, right?
Luna, did you?
Yes, God, I would totally have done that. I totally didn't do that.
That's something Persephone would have done, but you had the journal. So.
I mean, we just don't give him the journal.
He's gonna want the journal.
We just provide the information in the journal.
Yeah, I have a solution for that problem. It's not an issue.
We can start that. We can start with just telling him what we know and see what we can get from it. And then if we need more value to bargain with, we can work our way up to the journal.
But then if you work your way up to the journal, what if he might hold out and say, "Oh, let's see, now there's a journal. What else is there?" That's what I'd fucking do.
Exactly. We want to utilize the journal to provide credence to what it is we're saying, to the information we're giving. Did we need any resources for that whole repairing situation, or did we think we would do all right with what it is we have available to us?
Oh, we'd be fine with what we got.
I thought you said we needed, like, pitch and stuff, Clyde.
But we
We'll
could
get
probably
my
get that from
pitch
around
in.
here.
Buy pitch in town. Pitch isn't that hard to make. All you need is some tar and some straw.
Alright. I didn't know if we were trying to, like, get those things for free or something.
And
Well, look, if we get it for free, then he'll probably say that, "Oh, now that's my boat."
Oh, no, that's we sell them information for just pitch. And, like,
Nobles
tar.
are funny that way.
nobles like him can be very bizarre in what they claim they are entitled to.
Boom.
That is true. Well,
Alright, I'll leave it up to y'all. I don't really deal with no.
You guys are
Oh,
walking
maybe
down the
more.
stairs. Father Winter and the Lady sort of stops and looks back. Alright, y'all. Showtime, I suppose. As he steps in, and you guys once again find this chamber filled with people. In fact, you see more skilled wardens standing around on guard next to this large podium on which a desk and several scattered papers rest. Sitting in his chair, as expected, is a thin, pale elf, his bony fingers knitted into a bridge on which his chin rests, as if he's expecting someone to come in this time, no longer burying his nose in a book. But among these individuals, one of them stands out from the last time you were here, someone who was not present for your little council. A familiar-looking face, one that actually familiar only from what you've seen, for it extends out into a dull but pointed beak. You guys.
Mr. Burgundy?
Mr. Burgundy. Come on, work.
Birdie.
As you step in, you see Dr. Faust. It looks like moments ago he was maybe in conversation with Elmon, but the sound of your footsteps approaching catches his attention. He turns to look at you guys and gives you like a very gentle wave.
All right, everything D&D has taught me is I draw my bow as this is about to be a boss fight. Wait for roll initiative.
I didn't mean to surprise you, Master Elmon, though I deeply appreciate you seeing me once again. But I believe what words I have for you may be cut short, for I'm rejoined by my companions. I believe I'll leave the stage for them. Come on, Greg. Come on, everyone. Tell them what you know. As Master Elmon looks around at all of you, his eyes eventually lingering on one person in particular, a person with paw-pointed ears, sort of lingering in the back, next to his wolf friend.
Hello.
Mr. Thimble. You come here to complete our transaction.
Yep.
provide? What have you learned of this lost vessel lodged on the shore of this forest?
Well, what we
I mean,
found.
before we tell you all of that, of course, this is a transaction. What do we get out of this?
It is as I stated before. If you can grant me this information, and what we know regarding this plague, that which has been learned by our very own Dr. Foss, will be yours to inquire and investigate as you will.
So, is there anything in particular that you wish to know about this vessel?
I would like to know why it landed on our shore, empty of men. I would like to know what happened to this crew. What happened to the skilled wardens we sent out to retrieve it?
Well, thankfully the answer to that is rather simple. Samantha just kind of steps forward, removing her hood, just looking up at Elman. The boat was empty of crew because of Greybite. Your scaled wardens did not return because of Greybite. The boat crashed up against the beach once again because of Greybite. It seems that is, predictably, the one common thing between all three of those questions.
So I produce the cloak and the brooch of the Greybite victims.
I see his eyes scan over you, Luna, taking those in particular. You see him sort of just look over to one of the guild wardens next to him and motion him over. The man steps forward. Do you mind if I take a look at that myself?
Sure, it stinks.
Right. Picks it up, pulls out the brooch, this strange, jagged dragon head, this velvety, glimmering cloak. It over. Yes, Master, that's, this is definitely one of our own. You see.
Those men were not simply dead, killed by cutthroats or the like, no. Those men had bite wounds and were, well, quite hungry when they saw us.
They tried to eat our horses.
That these men, your men, they were of simple mind, but there were those that seemed to travel with them, capable of speech, wearing armor. It was most peculiar. I do not know if your men have encountered thinking undead, but that seems to be the case with these victims. I don't know if, well, everything is going according to whatever plans you have, but out there, it does not seem to be the case.
Thinking undead. Interesting. You see Dr. Foss sort of look down and pull out something small and write it down. It looks like a small piece of parchment, like a little notepad of sorts as he starts to scribble. As Elmon just looks over you all, focusing on you, Samantha. Which is understandable. Your answer is one that can be easily accepted, easily understood. This forest is plagued with death, violence, and affliction twists and turns creatures within into killers that kill one another, into precious predators. But how do I know it is true? What evidence do you have to provide that it is Greybite?
Presume Dr. Faust has kept you well informed, perhaps on the progression of that disease. What it is that leads a normal man from living, breathing with a smile on his face to cold and grey and sharpened teeth. Hopefully he's well informed on that process, because that is some of the information we hope to barter for. You see, we have found in our investigation more answers to potential questions you might have. We have tangible proof of where that ship came from and what business it involved itself with in... What is the name of the lake again?
Heart Basin?
What business it involved itself in the Heart Basin before, well, things took a turn for the worst. Now we can provide that information and that proof, but I feel like we have answered the initial questions you had quite truthfully. I feel like now is the time to barter for a new transaction.
Truthfully. You answered truthfully. Is that what you said?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe I lied. You asked me 3 questions, and I told you the answer to them. Each was Greybite.
Interesting. I don't deal with truths and honesty. I deal with information. I deal with facts. You need to show me it was Greybite. Prove it to me. I do not know you, woman. I do not know your words. I do not know your honesty. I do not know your heart. Am I simply to take your word for something? Information we have proof of. The doctor can provide you proof of what you wish to seek. You simply bring me cloak. You bring me the vestments of dead men, proving that they are no longer with us. But why? I'm simply to trust you. That's not a transaction.
Short of us going back out there and trying to drag a corpse all the way back to Moston, what else do you need?
Tangible proof. Something to convince me beyond mere words shared by those who want something from me, young girl.
Honestly, it's interesting you say that because I don't think there's a whole lot that we really want from you, but a lot we have to offer you. But we'll save that conversation for the second transaction, as she just kind of reaches a hand back towards Luna.
Why don't you just give him the journal?
That's what the hand is for, as I gesture towards her hand. And then give her the journal.
You guys are really good at transaction things.
A leather-bound journal written by, well, someone who had no real vested interest in us, you, or even the crew of this ship. It seemed to be a spy, for lack of a better word, and he took quite detailed notes on what took place on that vessel. A ship called the Little Victory, and you can find a lot more information within it, along with, well, his account of what it is that took place after they docked on Stroma. I'd first hold the journal out to him, and then realizing the dude's to my left, I kind of pivoted over. Can you take it to your lord?
Right. He picks up this journal. Gives it a look over at first. The moment he holds it in his hands, you can hear the pages crinkling, clearly revealing their edges. He kind of gives it a look with a grimace. Right. As he sort of goes through the pages at first, looking up at you and down at them, seeing most of them stained, going through, picking out words. See his head sort of raise up at a couple pages.
Oh, careful, there's some blood in there, I think.
I see lots of blood in this. Right then.
Seems the ship left, if I remember correctly, Cabal, and from there picked up whatever cargo they were trying to take to Stroma. That's where things took a turn for the worse. This man who wrote down this journal, apparently he was after someone, or someone realized he was keeping tabs on them. He took care of that person that was keeping tabs on them. And, well, interestingly enough, the man came back. Though a little different.
not lying there. One moment, ma'am. She hands the book back to you, actually. Walks back up here. Elmon sort of looking down curiously at this man who actually has the audacity to crawl around the edge of this podium, walk up, and just sort of whisper something into the elf's ear.
What does he say?
Oh, you're gonna see? Give me a perception check. You're reading his lips. Oh, it's a little hard to see. You make out just a couple words of "I saw," might have something to do. My birthday.
Hot dog.
But you got two words in particular, ones that definitely stand out. Atlas and coffer. Goes back down. Amon just sort of looks off into the distance, down at his hands for a moment. And then back up to you, Samantha. Very well. The words of a dead man with no reason to lie about what he's experienced. Not the most valuable information, not the most valuable source, but there is a credence of truth that can be garnered. If you were to offer the journal to me, that alone would be enough for Dr. Faust's service.
Well, I think Persephone will be quite overjoyed to get whatever information we can. You see, this is becoming a pressing issue for us, though it does not seem to be one for you. But I would like to offer another transaction, Elman. You need information. Information can be given. I don't know exactly how it is you want that information besides what it is we tell you, but we could maybe figure something out. You see, there is plans amongst us, for reasons of our own being, to take care of this problem. A problem that I hope might be dawning on you as being bigger than, well, your wards. And though I know you like to trade in information, I think the information Dr. Faust can offer us might be sufficient, save for one other thing I have in mind. But gold is quite popular everywhere else as well. We are not your men, but we are quite talented, and, well, certainly you can find it within your coffers to pay us to take care of this problem for you, and bring back every bit of information we can take down on what happened on Stroma, why it is this infection sprang, it seems, almost out of the ground, and has now accosted your lands.
Roll me a persuasion check.
With advantage? Oh, I thought we were talking long enough. How does that work again?
Okay.
I have to I have to actively swoon him or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta
Unbutton
pack
your shirt.
Yep. Bend over, the essentials.
You see him thinking for several moments. Every once in a while, one of the Grey Wardens looks up and sort of sees what he's doing, but sort of stop and give him the time.
Let me just add. You've already agreed to the second transaction, the information that we need to do this job. And I guarantee you this one right here, pointing at Persephone, well, she takes down detailed notes of everything she deals with. And regardless of whether or not you pay us, we're going to deal with it. We're going to take down very detailed notes. If you pay us, you'll have them. If you don't, well, we'll have them, and you'll be, well, quite short.
Roll me another persuasion check. That was very
Yeah,
persuasive.
lol.
Ugh, cries.
It's fine. Fuck it. I'd believe he'd say no because he's so fucking short-sighted anyway.
I take
Glad that we like started playing with cameras. Like, it was so much worse when we couldn't see each other's faces.
Are we? What are we waiting for?
well, as Elmon is thinking, I take a look over to Gregory and see, like, if he's gonna give me a nod. Is like, essentially, I'm trying to follow up just by looking at him if there's anything to be concerned about with Elmon.
You just
Assuming
see,
Gregory did exactly as Persephone asked him to, but it's okay.
It's okay. Most people forget about the things Persephone tells them.
No, you can
Like, what does
see
he want?
just a straight look of confusion, almost like aspiration on his face of just he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. But as soon as you sort of catches, you look at him like, oh man, I see this man up on this podium. Look of thought on his face. Just sort of a, I don't know, a wide-looking individual. Sigh to myself, please let that be nothing. Please let that be nothing. I close my eyes, and I was starting to get a headache throughout this whole thing. As just like this weird wheeling and dealing of people not wanting to tell each other the truth for, as far as Gregory knows, no fucking reason whatsoever. He doesn't know why we're hiding stuff from each other. He thought we were all on the same team, but the pounding in his head almost gets louder as the headache gets worse, but then that pain sort of slowly seeps down to his eyes as he slowly opens them, that slight glow. Thankfully, this place is a little bit lit, so maybe we won't notice, but who knows? As he will look at the individual, I believe, shorter than 60 feet away. I'll try to see if there's anything wrong with this man.
I didn't even think if there was a range on that or not. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
Within range.
Like
Do
a
you
little
just like? Do you just want us to bring back someone from the island?
As the first thing that hits you, Greg, all your senses. This place sort of smells like a dusty library. Tomes everywhere that have been sitting for quite some time. Even if they've been disturbed at some point, they sort of lay in a state of disarray. It sort of builds and accumulates, and what's normally sort of this musty smell becomes sort of rich, luxurious, as if you're smelling like the leather-bound hide of a freshly made book. And it's kind of comforting, although a bit alien to you as someone from Oakwell. It kind of gives off the sense of consecration, which doesn't really surprise you, as this place is a church, both in itself, and holy symbols and the statues of these winged elven guardians, those of Ioun, surround you. It's pretty sure this place is consecrated. And when you look at Elmon in his sickly state, nothing quite changes about him. His eyes, thankfully, don't seem to meet yours as the light flashes within. But something does catch your eye. Not him, but the small creature resting in a cage on his desk lets off this soft, white glow, very akin to that of if you've ever felt Nero's presence whenever you use this ability. This sort of presence of a celestial, a creature from the upper planes, heavens, the worlds of the gods. An angel of sorts, although very small, very. But when you look at it again, it's no longer glowing. Its feathers are dark. Its beak is almost crooked, and its eyes are actually fixed on you when your vision returns to normal, as it's just a crow. But that's all you sense.
The light goes away. Feels like my headache's actually relieved a little bit. And I look back over to Purse and just give her a little nod, but with a little bit of not really a grin on my face, but a little bit of a smile, just to try to reassure.
And Persephone does not look happy with that answer, and her eyes go right back to Almon.
Detailed note.
Hell, I'll bring someone from the island here. I don't care.
I'd prefer you not.
What if they're not sick, though? Like, they're medicine, man.
If you can acquire someone who is non-ill, you can do with them as you wish. Take them here for information. Pay a heavy price. But, detailed notes, you're going to collect them anyway. I would be willing to pay a certain price for such information, though the price itself would depend on what is exactly found. As you noticed him, Samantha, and you especially, Persephone, with your incredibly high insight, that he was sort of mulling over the words. You could see he's trying to stare down Samantha while he was thinking, and then his eyes sort of dart to the side, and the side again, as if he's considering different options. And then finally they sort of close for a moment as he comes to a moment of resolution. Apparently he agrees to the second transaction. Third transaction. Very well.
What are you offering?
Cannot say for certain. You may bring back a sheet of lost information from times beyond. You may simply bring me a sketch of a leaf. You don't know.
Payment
The price will be determined depending on what you...
Well, Persephone, I hope you have plenty of ink.
I'm sure I can acquire enough. Perhaps a separate journal for him.
I think that can be arranged. Were there any other concerns? As like somebody just kind of turns to the rest of the.
Oh, do you have a favorite color ink? I mean, it's gonna be his journal. You might as well make it nice.
There's no guarantee that's going to be his journal. Black?
Yes.
Okay.
You, Mr. Thimble.
Mm-hmm.
I spent some time going through my records after our last meeting. I was quite impressed. You have a mind for business. Found some information regarding the Thimbles. They've been making quite a few moves across the coast, though I do not believe their dealings have been particularly kind.
No, they're pretty mean people.
And are you one of them, Miss Thimble?
Not by choice. I was.
I would like to speak with you more on some time. God. I have business with them. But for now, Dr. Faust, as it looks up at the village master sort of silently, you ought to provide them the information that they require of this place. He motions over with his hand, and you see this little crow come flying over and basically perch itself down onto, oh god, there's a big crow.
Morphs.
Onto Father Winter's shoulder, as he sort of just kind of looks up at this bird. Oh, what the hell? Present him with your Inquisitor's mark. Oh. Alright then, finally on same team now. Pulls out this scroll, and the crow looks down at the page and lifts up his foot and just sort of stomps it down on this unfurled part. And you can see this sort of it looks like ink just spills off from the bottom of his foot as it sort of swirls out in a strange pattern before forming itself
into a very refined elven signature. Or the bird flies back to the cage. You have my blessing, bird. And you may leave now. There's much work to be done. Pulls out this large book and just sort of begins to open it up. Begins to write in it. Dr. Fausto takes a moment in the silence before he steps forward. Oh, well then, everyone. I believe I have some lessons to teach you about what we have learned. Everyone to the farthest reach. As he just excitedly walks past everyone, going through some of his things and pulling out, looks like little notes and scrolls, as if Persephone, with your super high insight, even though you can't see his face, it's like a kid who finally gets to play with the toys he's been wanting to play with for so long. A researcher gathering all this information, and now he gets to talk about it.
Oh. Sir Elmon, if I may, I can't help but notice that you're a bit under the weather. And though I know that information is extremely valuable to you for currency reasons, I just... If there's anything that I can do, anything that I could look for to help relieve you of it, let me know.
You're from Oak. You.
I merely traveled from Oakwell, but I actually hail from Illyria.
What is your name?
Persephone.
Seth. I just see him write something down. Not in the big book he has, but on something on the side. Thank you, Persephone. This is merely the result of a deal gone wrong. May leave.
Question: when I was reading that guy's lip, was that part about the birthday a joke, or was that actually what he was saying?
Oh, it's just a joke. There's words
Okay.
coming out. Not just like it looked like he said birthday, but it probably was something else. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, it's Satan's birthday, guys.
Father Winter looks next to you, Greg, in just immediately a better mood, looking down at the scroll that's been signed. Hey, it was like getting blood from a damn turnip.
Yeah, I don't think I was born for court or whatever this is. But, Father, I don't think that man's disgraced I am. This place it's still devoted to her in every way. I think he's doing something right. I don't know why, and I don't say I understand it, but I do think he's got the blessings of the God to do what he's doing.
Greg, I'd usually doubt those kind of words after the conversations he and I shared in the last day, but I trust. You got a good feeling about these kind of things. And though I may not like the man, I cannot doubt if he is blessed and follows the word of his God.
But why don't we like the man? He's just the way that he is.
I mean, I just don't like people.
That's true. But it's okay, Luna. I like you enough that it's enough of like that you don't like other people.
You guys ascend the stairs with Dr. Faust leading you all into basically out of the Athenaeum and up to the tall hill, the farthest reach.
You guys basically are approaching this place in the morning, and so when you walk in, unlike before when you approached in the evening, there's only a few people in. Now there's quite a few people sitting in seats and enjoying themselves, poring through books. Yes?
As we started to descend the steps, I looked back behind me, noticing that Samantha hasn't before we teleport somewhere else.
Yeah, she rosins up her Eldritch Blast to murder everyone in the room.
Hmm?
I'll just put a hand on Greg's shoulder. She'll catch up.
Taking around to talk?
I had one more thing I wanted to ask him.
One more thing.
With that show.
I know, it's a good show.
This is a great show.
We just
Almond goes up from writing, looks up. Can I help you?
Just had one more inquiry. There's a bit of extraneous information that I wanted to barter for Elman. But I don't know what else I have to offer you. Someone, or a few someones that I am looking for more information on. And she just hands a small slip of paper to the guard in front of her.
Galborn steps forward. Looks over this and down on here. Steps back here, holds up his hand. You can see the crow look down, tilt his head to and fro, and then fly down. Catches onto it, and then flies back up and drops it in front of the elf. There it is. Except the slip.
I know gold does not hold much weight for you, but I would, well, in this particular instance, abstain from my cut of, well, what I guarantee will be a decent payment for the details given. For information on that, if you have it.
This will require. Such things are not simply lying around. Though my mind is vast and deep, I do not hold such thing on retainers for too long. Especially such things cannot be even certain I've heard of them.
Well, I have known quite a few men who like to know things, and realizing there might be something you don't know might be just the spur of action you need to find something out. Just a proposition.
Takes the flip of paper and hands it over to the crow. You see him sort of tap it twice on his beak. Curtis looks over at it, opens up his mouth, eats it. I will see. Adieu!
Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
Everything all right, Samantha?
Yes. Perfectly fine. Just a little something extra.
All right.
Kish wondering, the note said, "Do you like me?" With a check mark, yes. Check mark, no.
Checkbox, definitely yes.
DTF? Huh?
ASL question mark?
Be a weird thing to ask. He's standing right in front of you.
I'm gonna match Dr. Faust's pace.
Now, you'd be easily able to match him, because although he's moving very quickly, his sort of frail, thin frame sort of causes him to sort of stumble in his steps every so often, especially as he's pulling out all these
utensils. And again, he leads his way through the library, the farthest reach, and there are people sort of lining here, like some of them young and old, just going through books. Seems like, at least in this place, the information's almost free game. You go through a book, you find what you want. It's as long as you put the book back, as many signs painted on the wall say. They're not yours to take and keep, they are simply to be read within. He leads you into the library, or leads you past the library into his laboratory, and stands at the end of a long table with a cage in his hand.
Well, we're outside of like hearing ears. I'm going to whisper to Samantha and Gregory and say, they know something about Atlas Black. I don't know what, but they know something. That's all.
Okay. They lead you into the laboratory, in which he stands at the end of a long table with this large cage covered in a cloth. You've seen this before, and you see what lies within. Small little rat, twisted and deformed. As he pulls off the cloth, and you can see again, tiny little creature, shriveled, its skin basically devoid of any hair at this point, its teeth gnashing against the cage. The moment this cloth moves away, it looks around frantically, goes for the closest person, that being Dr. Faust, as this thing's banging against the cage trying to class at him. Now.
Okay, so my first question is, how did you get your hands on that thing, and why do you think it's safe?
Heck.
I think I like Elmon's bird a lot more.
I don't think Elmon's bird is going to be able to spread SynCon if it gets out.
As you see the doctor just sitting there with both hands on top of the cage, it's shaking as this thing's banging against it. So, guess it's time to reveal some secrets.
Yes! I'm going to start digging through for my own journal. Also excited.
Must take very good notes because I'm a very detailed teacher. Let's talk about what this is. Possibly where it came from. And well, now I can tell you how to beat it.
As that is where we'll end our session.
It's like literally the best ending since, oh hey, you really want to eat Gregory's fucking throat. Oh.
You will begin your next session learning the secrets that Dr. Faust has uncovered about this strange illness. Things that maybe a man who studies things beyond magic, though he does seem to have some knowledge about it, may have uncovered in his time researching maybe on this small creature, maybe on other things. Who's to say? But answers will be given, learned, and potentially applied next episode, Song of Rapture.
Roll XL, you are right. What a cliffhanger indeed. Thank you all so much for watching the second episode this week of the double feature of Song of Rapture. So, if you were just tuning in for today's game for Friday, because we normally were playing, then you felt like, wait a second, it's not even midnight yet. How is the game already over? No, there's more. There's something you didn't see yesterday. Watch the VOD, combine them together. It's one amazing experience. So, I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight and for being a part of our journey through Mobia, through these mysteries, twists and turns, dark secrets, and, well, interesting little fey men that we can't quite remember the name of, but hopefully we will again soon. Why'd the music cut out?
I'm certain you'll see him again. Maybe once or twice a year.
Oh, is he just the holiday man? I was like, there's no way we're gonna be playing this again Christmas. There's no way. 12 months from now?
Hey, you never know. He might try hiding some eggs in
I don't know. There's a game on Sunday that's been going on for over a year.
Yeah, but that went to 19th, going on 20th, plus some extra credit levels.
I mean, to be fair, maybe we'll finally get to level 8 by that point because of all of our role playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Roleplay XP, it's a thing.
Yeah.
But thank you all so much for being a part of Song of Rapture. And again, there is not a game this Sunday, the 23rd, or on Christmas Day, but we will be back the 28th with another episode of Song of Rapture, and then we'll be right back into the flow of things for the most part with Expanse on the 30th, and we'll be returning to Kingdoms of the South 2 weeks from then on the 15th. So that'll be still, on New Year's Day, right? We're doing a game that day too, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so,
Fit one in.
so after Christmas, our present to you is 3 games, like normal. So be sure to be here. You know that thing we always give you? It's like oh, hey, what's my Christmas bonus this year? Oh, it's my normal check. Thanks, boss.
We will continue to pay you.
Job security.
All right, well, that's all she wrote, folks, or he in this case. Thank you all so much for being a part of it, and as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves. Good night, everyone.
Toodles.
Happy holidays!
Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah?
Have Hanukkah. Have a Hanukkah. Have a Hanukkah.
Have at least one Hanukkah.
Have a whole Hanukkah, why don't you?
Maybe a few Hanukkahs. I don't know.
Maybe just